Chapter 3997. When Yi Chen-feng displayed the high-grade Soul Divine Sword, Mochi Wuming knew that no one in the Mochi clan was a match for Yi Chen-feng. The reason he asked Mochi Yuning for help was because Mochi Yuning was the strongest person in the Mochi clan. He had the highest seniority in the Mochi clan. Secondly, even though Mochi Yuning was no match for Yi Chen-feng, he had a high seniority after all. Moreover, he had a good reputation and was highly respected. Therefore, Yi Chen-feng might give him some face. Under Mochi Wuming's gaze, Mochi Yuning, who had been silent all this while, finally looked at Yi Chen-feng and spoke. Yi Chen-feng, Mochi Ju's death was his own fault. The Mochi clan will not pursue the matter any further. The high-grade Soul Divine weapon that was lost is lost. The Mochi clan is willing to accept the loss. When Mochi Yuning said this, although many people in the Mochi clan were unwilling to accept it, they knew that this was the only way. If they really did accept it, their Mochi clan would probably shed a river of blood today. The current Yi Chen-feng was no longer someone the Mochi clan could deal with. However, Mochi Yuning was not done yet. He continued, Mochi Wuming, as an accomplice, you'll be grounded in the Mochi clan for 10,000 years. Otherwise, you'll be at your mercy. Mochi Wuming's expression turned ugly when he heard Mochi Yuning's words. However, he did not say anything because this was better than death. As an apology, 200 limited king-grade divine pills will be sent to the hidden sword faction of the Chunyang school within 100 years. Mochi Yuning paused for a moment before he asked, Are you satisfied with this arrangement? It had to be said that Mochi Yuning's 3 points could be said to have made a very big concession. It was not an exaggeration to say that this was a compromise. Upon hearing Mochi Yuning's words, Duan Lingtian, who was standing behind Yi Chen-feng, could not help but be surprised. The strongest person in the Mochi clan was so easy to talk to? At the same time, he also realized that today's matter would most likely come to an end after Mochi Yuning said this. This time, the Mochi clan could be said to have tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. The Mochi clan's previous actions can't be considered wrong. However, they didn't expect Elder Yi Chen-feng from our Chunyang school to have a high-grade full soul divine sword. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. If Yi Chen-feng had not nurtured the upper-grade divine sword with a complete soul and still possessed the same strength as before, he would not have been able to intimidate the Mochi family into making such a concession. Perhaps, he might not even be able to retrieve Mochi Ju's high-grade half-soul artifact. The strong are respected. On Elder Ye's body, it can be said to be vividly displayed. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's yearning for the path of the strong grew even more fervent under the influence of Yi Chen-feng's actions. What happened next was exactly what Duan Lingtian had expected. Upon hearing Mochi Yuning's words, Yi Chen-feng smiled faintly. Since Elder Yuning has said so, I, Yi Chen-feng, am not an unreasonable person. As soon as Yi Chen-feng's words left his mouth, it was not only the people from the Mochi clan whose mouths twitched. Even Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan could not help but look at each other in tacit understanding. They could see a strange smile in each other's eyes. If Yi Chen-feng was reasonable, would he be able to directly suppress the Mochi clan's protective grand array and kill the Mochi clan's disciples who were below the divine emperor realm? If Yi Chen-feng was reasonable, would he be able to kill Mochi Ju without giving him any chance to retaliate? Let's do as Elder Yuning says. Yi Chen-feng smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and brought out his Celestial Emperor-grade spaceship. Then he brought Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan with him and left without saying another word to the people from the Mochi clan. After Duan Lingtian and the other two left, although there were many people in the sky above the Mochi clan's estate, it was dead silent. Mochi Yuning let out a long sigh. All of you should have informed me before making a move. Don't tell me all of you think that I, Mochi Yuning, am someone who can't see the big picture? I don't have much time left. It's impossible for me to bring that half-soul prominent divine weapon with me. It's fine if I leave it to Mochi Ju. Mochi Yuning only learned about this matter after Mochi Ju and Mochi Wuming snatched the half-soul prominent divine weapon from Zhen Pingfan right under Zhen Yunfeng's nose when he returned to the Mochi clan. Due to this reason, although he felt helpless, he could not say anything. After all, he had already offended the Chunyang school. It would be pointless for him to say anything more. Moreover, even if he had a choice in the beginning, he might have chosen to snatch the half-soul prominent divine weapon from Zhen Pingfan after some hesitation, even if it meant offending the Chunyang school. After all, nobody knew that Yi Chenfeng already possessed a half-soul prominent divine sword. Even if he had a half-soul prominent divine weapon, he would not be able to take it away after he died. However, who would not be selfish? In a situation where the Mochi aristocrat family was not threatened, he also wanted to leave his half-soul high-grade divine artifact for his grandson, who was only a low-level god emperor. Moreover, he still had a chance to break through and become a higher god emperor after the Seven Palaces grand banquet. For this reason, he was, naturally, unwilling to give his half-soul prominent divine weapon to Mochi Ju. However, if he had known that Yi Chenfeng possessed a half-soul prominent divine sword and knew that he would not be able to become a higher god emperor after the Seven Palaces grand banquet, he would have been more than willing to give his half-soul prominent divine weapon to Mochi Ju. However, there were no such things as knowing in this world. It's too late to say anything now. Mochi Liusu sighed. The most unexpected thing is that Yi Chenfeng actually has a full-soul upper-grade godly sword. How did he do it? No matter how Yi Chenfeng did it, the Mochi clan had no choice but to admit defeat this time. No one would have thought that the number one expert of the Chunyang school would possess a half-soul prominent divine sword. His strength was no weaker than some higher god emperors. Wuming. Mochi Yuning looked at Mochi Wuming and said with a solemn expression, "I said those things just now to protect you. I hope you can understand." Uncle Yuning, I can understand. Mochi Wuming nodded solemnly. To me, it's already a great blessing that I didn't die under Yi Chenfeng's sword. It's also good that I don't leave the clan. From today onwards, I'll focus all my attention on cultivation and strive to become a higher god emperor. Mochi Yuning nodded in satisfaction when he heard this. Ancestor. At this moment, an unexpected figure appeared not far in front of Mochi Yuning and the others. Mochi Hong? The person who suddenly appeared was none other than Mochi Ju's great-great-grandson, Mochi Hong. He was also the number one expert of the Mochi clan's younger generation. Mochi Hong was the pride of the Mochi clan. Even when Mochi Hong lost Mochi Ju's half-soul prominent divine weapon, not many blamed him. After all, who hadn't been young and frivolous? What they blamed was Mochi Ju for not taking good care of his half-soul prominent divine weapon. Little Hong, you saw it all? Although Mochi Hong's expression was calm as if nothing had happened, Mochi Lu Su, the patriarch of the Mochi clan, could still feel the murderous aura in his body. However, Mochi Hong was currently looking at Mochi Lu Su and Mochi Yuning with a solemn expression. Two old ancestors, if I enter the top 3 in the Seven Mansions Grand Banquet this time around, I'll be able to obtain 3 spots. But now, Ancestor Wuming is under house arrest and can't leave. Therefore, he won't be able to obtain one of the quotas. Therefore, if I enter the top 3, apart from the 2 quotas that will be given to the 2 ancestors, I hope that the remaining quota will be given to someone who can help me kill Yi Chenfeng. Of course, 2 ancestors, you can also make the other party swear a heart demon blood oath that if they make a breakthrough and become a upper god emperor, not only will they have to kill Yi Chenfeng, but they will also have to be worshipped by our Mochi clan for 1,000 years. Earlier, Mochi Hong had clearly seen the scene of his ancestor's death. In the beginning, he was extremely sorrowful and angry. However, after a while, he calmed down and began to think about how to avenge his ancestor. What a good child. Mochi Yuning sighed. Child, let go of this hatred. At least, let it go for now. We know of your filial piety. However, that Yi Chenfeng isn't that easy to kill. After the Seven Mansions feast, the possibility of him entering the upper god emperor realm is much higher than me and Patriarch. Even if we can find someone and make him swear a heart demon blood oath, even if he enters the upper god emperor realm, he might not necessarily be a match for Yi Chenfeng. Mochi Yuning said. Ancestor, I've thought about this matter. Mochi Hong said with certainty. If Yi Chenfeng also enters the upper god emperor realm, the heart demon blood oath will be dropped. When that time comes, I will avenge myself. On the way back to Chunyang School, Zhen Pingfan was asking Yi Chenfeng all sorts of questions in the God Emperor grade flying ship. He even asked Yi Chenfeng to summon his upper god sword soul and look around it. He looked very much like a mountain child going out of the city for the first time. Everything was new to him. Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged at the side. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but shake his head. However, he could understand Zhen Pingfan's feelings. "You brat," Yi Chenfeng said helplessly. "You're already so old. Why aren't you as calm as Duan Lingtian?" When Zhen Pingfan heard this, he glanced at Duan Lingtian and grinned. "Duan Lingtian is too shy to go up and watch. In my opinion, he must be very curious about the upper god sword soul." When Duan Lingtian heard this, he couldn't help but secretly roll his eyes. "What's there to be curious about? It's just a upper god sword. I have one too." In fact, even before this elder Yi in front of him had a high-grade divine sword, he already had one. Wang. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian thought of something and asked the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, "Huang, Elder Ye's upper god sword soul shouldn't be able to sense your existence, right?" Chapter 3998. Master, he won't be able to sense it. Huang quickly replied to Duan Lingtian when she heard Duan Lingtian's question. "He's just a newly born sword soul. His abilities are limited. Of course, if you don't enter the God Emperor realm in a few hundred or 1,000 years, he might be able to sense my existence." Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Huang Er's words. However, he ignored the rest of Huang Er's words. With his current cultivation base, if he was still unable to enter the God Emperor realm in a few hundred or 1,000 years, he might as well kill himself. Junior Uncle Yi. Suddenly, Zhen Pingfan seemed to have thought of something and he asked Yi Chenfeng, "Before I met Mochi Yuning, the Golden Seat elder of the Mochi clan, I didn't think of him at all. Since he doesn't have long to live, can't he lend or entrust his half-soul prominent divine weapon to Mochi Ju?" "Of course he can." Yi Chenfeng smiled faintly when he heard Zhen Pingfan's words. "However, do you think he would do that in the beginning? Before he knew I possessed a high-soul divine weapon, would he have thought I would come knocking on your door to take back your high-soul divine weapon and kill Mochi Ju?" Zhen Pingfan pondered for a moment before he nodded in realization. "That's true. I was mistaken. I forgot they didn't know you had such strength, Junior Uncle Yi." The high-soul divine weapon had allowed his junior Uncle Ye's strength to rise to another level. He now possessed the strength to intimidate the Mochi clan and make them lower their heads. Moreover, do you think Mochi Yuning had no selfish motives? Yi Chenfeng continued. "He has a son and a grandson. Although his son failed to enter the God Emperor realm and died a long time ago, he still has a grandson who's already a lesser God Emperor. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't have given his high-soul divine weapon to Mochi Ju." Zhen Pingfan nodded repeatedly when he heard Yi Chenfeng's words. "I didn't think too much about it. It's just that when I saw Mochi Ju die, I felt his death wasn't worth it." The resentful woman refused to admit defeat and took back her high-soul divine weapon. However, before she could even use it, she lost her life again. Zhen Pingfan shook his head as he spoke. "That's his fate," Yi Chenfeng said indifferently. Mochi Ju was just an ant in his eyes. Even before he possessed a high-soul divine weapon, Mochi Ju had been killed by him to kill Mochi Ju. His cultivation base to Mochi Ju T his comprehensions S to origin to his STS to clones to kill Mochi Ju. Apart from that, he had also mastered the sword Dao. Not only was he the #1 expert in the Pure Sun sect, but many people in the East Mountain Prefecture also called him the #1 expert in the East Mountain Prefecture. However, he wasn't interested in sparring with the experts from the other top Emperor God-level factions in the East Mountain Prefecture and defeating them. Hence, this title wasn't considered legitimate. That was before he had successfully nurtured his high-soul divine weapon with his high-soul divine weapon. At this moment, Yi Chenfeng was very confident. He was confident no one in Tonglung province would be able to withstand a sword strike from him. After Yi Chenfeng and Zhen Pingfan ended their conversation, Yi Chenfeng looked at Duan Lingtian, who was sitting in the corner of the flying ship, and asked with a smile, "Duan Lingtian, does your master plan to come to the Mystic Gangland?" Duan Lingtian had already guessed Yi Chen-feng would ask this question, but he did not expect Yi Chen-feng to ask at this moment. He could not help but feel slightly embarrassed. Elder Yi, my master has already left the Devata realm for the realms of gods. He said if he arrived at the mystic gangland, he would consider coming to Chunyang school. However, in the end he didn't arrive at the mystic gangland. Duan Lingtian replied. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Yi Chen-feng frowned slightly. Then he shook his head and smiled. Perhaps I'm being too rash. How can someone who has mastered the sword Dao to such an extent in the Devata realm be restrained by Chunyang school? When Yi Chen-feng spoke up to this point, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, Duan Lingtian, you have to work hard. Although you're younger than your master and your cultivation base has already surpassed him, you're still inferior to him in terms of foundation. When he arrives at the realms of gods, he'll have a huge breakthrough. In fact, the most difficult thing in the realms of gods is not to raise one's cultivation base, but to raise one's profundities as well. The most difficult thing is the four Dao of heaven and earth. Moreover, your master's sword Dao has reached the critical point of breaking through to the next stage. Once he breaks through, he'll be able to kill an elite high-level divine emperor as soon as he becomes a divine emperor. An envious expression appeared on Yi Chen-feng's face when he finished speaking. A hint of passion could be seen in his eyes as well. That was the stage he wanted to reach as well. However, he was still far from that cultivation level, and would not reach it so quickly. Duan Lingtian did not know about this earlier. When he heard Yi Chen-feng's words, he could not help but feel shocked. He knew that perhaps even his master didn't know about this. He's able to kill an elite high-level divine emperor as soon as he becomes a divine emperor? Even with my current strength, I don't have such strength. Even after I've stabilized my cultivation base as a medium divine emperor, I still don't have such strength. Moreover, Duan Lingtian knew Yi Chen-feng had met his master before, so he knew his master's mastery of the law of time. Since Yi Chen-feng had said so, it meant he had considered the profundities his master had comprehended as well. While Duan Lingtian was lost in his thoughts, Zhen Pingfan, who was standing at the side, was stunned. Junior Uncle Yi, do you mean Duan Lingtian's master's comprehension of the sword Dao is higher than yours? Zhen Pingfan could clearly see the envy on Yi Chen-feng's face. Why was he envious? It was not difficult to figure out. Moreover, Yi Chen-feng had said Duan Lingtian's master was able to kill an elite high-level divine emperor as soon as he became a divine emperor. After all, Yi Chen-feng was not one to speak without thinking. He's much stronger than me. In response to Zhen Pingfan's question, Yi Chen-feng gave him an affirmative answer. This naturally caused Zhen Pingfan to be shocked, and he was unable to recover from his shock for a long time. Moreover, Yi Chen-feng continued to say, Duan Lingtian's sword Dao is the same as his master's. In other words, Duan Lingtian's sword Dao was taught to him by his master. This is what I admire the most about him. Although I've passed down my comprehension of the sword Dao, none of my disciples have been able to comprehend it, not even the embryonic form. Yi Chen-feng sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. When Zhen Pingfan regained his senses, he looked at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes and asked anxiously, Duan Lingnan, does your master still need more disciples? As soon as Zhen Pingfan said this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be speechless. Why didn't he see that Elder Zhen had such a shameless side before? How old are you? You're almost 10,000 years older than my master. Become his disciple? Yi Chen-feng couldn't help but glare at Zhen Pingfan. You little brat, aren't you afraid that your father will break your legs? Your master is your father. Zhen Pingfan chuckled. Be that as it may, I believe my father understands me. Moreover, if I really master the sword Dao, he'll definitely praise me. Zhen Pingfan looked at Duan Lingtian again. Duan Lingtian, why don't you ask your master if he's still accepting disciples? I can be your junior brother. Of course, if you're embarrassed, I'll be your senior brother. I'll take care of you in the future. What do you think? Zhen Pingfan said with a fervent look in his eyes. Duan Lingtian was somewhat helpless when he heard Zhen Pingfan's words, but he still mercilessly shattered his fantasy. Elder Zhen, the reason I can walk the path of the sword Dao that my master has mastered is because I've been walking his path since I was in the mundane plane. It's also because of this that I was able to successfully walk the path of the Sword Tao, and even use it as a foundation to walk my own path of the Sword Tao. I'm afraid you won't be able to. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, Zhen Pingfan's face was filled with disappointment, and there was some unwillingness in his eyes. Yi Chenfeng, on the other hand, suddenly understood. So that's how it is. So if I want a disciple who can walk the path of the Sword Tao, I still have to go to the mundane plane to find one? That makes sense. A little fellow in the mundane plane is like an unpolished jade. I just have to add a few strokes on it, and it'll naturally become the jade I want. Why didn't I think of this before? Yi Chenfeng fell into deep thought. Based on his muttering, it was clear he really wanted to find another disciple in the mundane plane. Upon hearing Yi Chenfeng's words, Zhen Pingfan was speechless. He said, "Junior Uncle Yi, you're being too whimsical. Even if someone from the mundane plane can walk the path of the Sword Tao that you've taken, I'm afraid it won't be easy for them to go to the realms of gods from the mundane plane. Do you think everyone is like you and Duan Lingtian? Moreover, it's not like you didn't have any disciples in the mundane plane in the past. They also walked the path of the Sword Tao. Later on, a few of them even came to the profound gangland and became gods. However, did they walk the path of the Sword Tao that you've taken?" Upon hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian was suddenly enlightened. He looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Duan Lingtian, when you obtained your master's legacy in the mundane plane, did the legacy he left behind contain any comprehension of the Sword Tao?" Duan Lingtian shook his head confidently. Master left it behind before he ascended to the Devata realm. At that time, he hadn't mastered the Sword Tao yet. In fact, he hadn't even mastered the rudimentary form of the Sword Tao yet. Upon hearing this, Yi Chenfeng's expression was filled with disappointment. I thought he left behind the legacy in the mundane plane after mastering the Sword Tao. In that case, I don't think there's a chance. In the past, I also left behind my legacy in the mundane plane. Moreover, the Sword Tao I mastered later on is also based on that legacy. Many of my disciples in the mundane plane have outstanding innate talent and comprehension skills. However, none of them managed to comprehend the rudimentary form of my Sword Tao. Perhaps, my Sword Tao is only suitable for me and not others. Chapter 3999. While Yi Chenfeng was sighing with emotion, Zhen Pingfan said helplessly, "Junior Uncle Yi, don't be too greedy. It's fine if you're a monster yourself, but you want to nurture another one?" Zhen Pingfan shook his head as he spoke. Yi Chenfeng glared at Zhen Pingfan. "How can this be called greedy? If that's the case, what did Duan Lingtian and his master say? Just wait and see. If Brother Qingyang doesn't die prematurely, he'll definitely become a figure that will shock all the planes of gods in the future. I'm not sure about other aspects, but in terms of sword principle, it'll be very difficult for Duan Lingtian to surpass his master. It might even be impossible. No one understood Feng Qingyang's sword principle better than Yi Chenfeng. Even Duan Lingtian did not understand it as well as he did. Feng Qingyang's sword principle was at a level that was beyond his reach. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian's sword principle was not bad, but it was not profound or heaven-defying. Even he was slightly inferior to Duan Lingtian's sword principle. At least, that was what he thought Duan Lingtian had shown earlier. Unless Duan Lingtian was holding back. However, he did not think that was possible. In the past, when Duan Lingtian defeated Mochi Hong, the strongest person among the younger generation of the Mochi family, in the Seven Kills Valley, many people in Chunyang School had recorded the battle using the floating image pearl. Therefore, Yi Chenfeng had watched the battle through the floating image pearl. He hasn't even reached the Divine Emperor realm, but his sword principle is already so strong? Zhen Pingfan could not help but click his tongue when he heard this. At the same time, a yearning look appeared in his eyes. I'm really curious. What kind of person is he to be so monstrous? Even you, Junior Uncle Yi, feel inferior to him in terms of sword principle. At the same time, Zhen Pingfan seemed to have thought of something. He lowered his voice and asked Yi Chenfeng, Junior Uncle Yi, as far as I know, sword principle can also make one an omnipotent expert. Moreover, It requires a lot of sword principle. Will Duan Lingtian's master become a supreme master in the future? Zhen Pingfan knew very well how difficult it was to master the four Tao of heaven and earth. In the realms of gods, ultimate gods who had mastered the four Tao of heaven and earth were considered potential supreme experts. It was also because of this that he couldn't help but make such a connection with Duan Lingtian's master, who had an astonishing way of the sword. Upon hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Yi Chenfeng remained silent for a moment before speaking again. No one knows. Even if you ask me, I don't know. To be honest, you, Zhen Pingfan, also have the potential to become an omnipotent master. However, compared to you, Zhen Pingfen, compared to me, I think that Brother Qin Yang has a better chance of becoming an omnipotent expert. Then, Yi Chenfeng looked at Duan Lingtian and said, even Duan Lingtian has a better chance than you and me. Although Yi Chenfeng felt Duan Lingtian's way of the sword was not as good as his master, Feng Qingyang. However, how old was Duan Lingtian? He was not even 1,000 years old. Previously, when Yi Chenfeng followed Duan Lingtian back to the Devata realm, he had learned a lot about Duan Lingtian's legendary experiences in the lower realms. Most importantly, Yi Chenfeng was only 1,000 years old. Duan Lingtian was only 700 years old. What, 2,700 years old? That was nonsense. Duan Lingtian had used a divine pill that could conceal one's bone age. Naturally, although he already knew about this matter, he did not point it out because he felt Duan Lingtian must have his own reasons for doing this. There was no need to point it out. Comparisons are odious indeed. Zhen Pingfan glanced at Duan Lingtian and shook his head helplessly. I've always dreamed of mastering any one of the heaven and earth Tao, even if it's just a rudimentary form. However, up until now, I haven't made any progress after more than 10,000 years. Boy, you're not even 3,000 years old, but you've already mastered the sword Tao. After the Seven Mansions banquet, I'm afraid even those godly venerables' forces will pay attention to you. In the past, Zhen Pingfan had heard from others that Duan Lingtian had told many people on the Chunyang School's island of versatility that his ambition was not in the Chunyang School. However, Yi Chenfeng did not take it seriously. He thought Duan Lingtian was arrogant because of his achievements. However, when he learned Duan Lingtian had mastered the sword Tao, he changed his mind. Duan Lingtian's current strength was enough for those godly venerables' forces to rope him in. It's just luck. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Upon hearing that, Zhen Pingfan immediately glared at him. Boy, even if you want to be humble, can't you be humble in another way? If you say that again, I won't be able to resist the urge to kill you. It's fine if you say that the rudimentary form of the sword Tao is just luck. Do you think the sword Tao can be mastered just because of luck? For the rest of the journey, Zhen Pingfan was still speculating. He wanted to know if Duan Lingtian's sword Tao could be replicated. He was obviously unwilling to give up. After all, the sword Tao was too tempting. Elder Zhen. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. If you're really interested, you'll have to wait until you meet my master in the future. My master is currently in another realm of gods. Why don't I introduce you to him in the future? It was only at this moment that Duan Lingtian finally managed to shut Zhen Pingfan up. He no longer mentioned the sword Tao. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Yi Chenfeng said to Duan Lingtian, if it's possible, you should fight for the first place in the Seven Prefectures banquet. If you can win, Chunyang School will be able to obtain 4 places to enter that place. At that time, I can take the lead and ask Chunyang School to devote all its resources to nurturing you and providing you with everything you need. Chunyang School will also do its best, even if you don't plan to stay in Chunyang School forever. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Yi Chenfeng's words. Chunyang School was not an ordinary sect. As one of the strongest Emperor God forces in Tonglung Province, the resources it could mobilize were enormous. There was no lack of things that could help him. If Chunyang School was willing to contribute so much, he could say that he had profited greatly. Elder Yi, I'll do my best. Although he had defeated Mochi Hong of the Mochi clan, who was known as the #1 genius under 10,000 years old in Tonglung Province, and might even replace him soon to obtain the honor of being the #1 person under 10,000 years old in Tonglung Province. Duan Lingtian did not think that he would definitely win the 7 Prefectures banquet. In fact, he did not even dare to say that he would be able to get into the top 3. The 7 Prefectures banquet was a banquet jointly organized by the 7 prefectures. Tonglung Province was only one of the prefectures. Who could say that the other 6 prefectures did not have any monstrous geniuses? Half a month after Duan Lingtian, Yi Chenfeng, and Zhen Pingfan returned to Chunyang School, news of Yi Chenfeng killing the Mochi clan's golden seat elder Mochi Ju and taking back the half-soul high-quality divine weapon spread throughout Tonglung Province. When the news spread, the entire Tonglung Province was shaken. Even Chunyang School was in an uproar. Elder Yi Chenfeng actually managed to nurture a full-soul high-quality divine weapon. He killed the Golden Throne Elder of the Mochi family, Mochi Ju, with just one sword strike. It's said that Elder Yi Chenfeng's current strength is not weaker than an ordinary upper god emperor. I really did not expect that our Chunyang School would produce such a person. All over Chunyang School disciples were talking about the same thing. As for the higher-ups of Chunyang School, they were talking about another matter. With Elder Yi Chenfeng's strength, after the 7 Prefectures banquet, as long as he has a quota to enter that place, I'm afraid that he will definitely become an upper god emperor, right? I also think it's a done deal. If that's the case, our Chunyang School will also have an upper god emperor. Elder Ye's current strength is not weaker than an ordinary upper god emperor. Once he enters the upper god emperor realm, he will definitely be one of the best among the upper god emperors. Unlike the surprise of Chunyang School, the 7 Kills Valley, Martial Dragon Heavenly Sect, and the other top powers of Tonglung Province were all feeling pressured. They did not expect that Chunyang School's Yi Chenfeng would suddenly nurture a full-soul high-quality divine weapon. That Yi Chenfeng, how did he do it? He's only a middle god emperor, yet he managed to nurture a full-soul high-quality divine weapon? Isn't a full-soul high-quality divine weapon something that only upper god emperors can nurture? It's not like there haven't been similar cases. However, those middle god emperors who managed to nurture a full-soul high-quality divine weapon, which one of them did not have a fortuitous encounter? Yi Chenfeng definitely had a fortuitous encounter. Among the 5 powers of Tonglung Province, because of Yi Chenfeng's existence, Chunyang School was originally the most powerful. Now that Yi Chenfeng's strength had reached a new level, he immediately suppressed the other 4 powers to the point that they could not breathe. However, at the same time, they also paid more attention to the 7 Prefectures banquet 10 years later. In the 7 Prefectures banquet 10 years later, even if Duan Lingtian is able to get a spot for Yi Chenfeng might not be able to break through and become an upper god emperor. If we get the chance, we might be able to give birth to 1 or 2 upper god emperors. In the following time, we will do our best to nurture the most outstanding young disciples. Even if we have to rush the seedlings to help them grow, we will not hesitate to pay a price. If we don't grasp this opportunity, I'm afraid that in Tonglung Province, only Chunyang School will be able to reign supreme. At this moment, the 4 powers of Tonglung Province were working hard to prepare for the 7 Prefectures banquet 10 years later. Almost at the same time, in a secluded canyon in the Eastern Mountain Prefecture, behind the Void Crack, in a small independent dimension, there was a person who was suffering from unprecedented pain. In the 7 Prefectures banquet, I must make it into the top 10. My goal is to kill Duan Lingtian and Tianlong clan's clan master Long Qingchong. Kill. In the small independent space, under the raging storm, a youth was bathed in blood and fighting as if he had gone mad. His tenacity was unimaginable to ordinary people. He fell down again and stood up again and again. He did not know how many times, but he did not die. Inside the valley, outside the spatial crack, an old man stood there, his eyes abnormally bright. I didn't expect his tenacity to be so strong. Looks like he really has a chance of succeeding. If he succeeds, his strength will probably rise to a whole new level. At that time, perhaps he will be able to compete with Duan Lingtian? Thinking of Duan Lingtian's astonishing performance in the 7 Kills Valley, the old man's expression became somewhat heavy. I really didn't expect that Duan Lingtian to have grasped the way of the sword. Chapter 4000. Mochi Clan. After a few years, Mochi Hong finally received the ultimate godly emperor-grade divine elixir that the Mochi clan had purchased for him. It was a godly emperor-grade divine elixir that could help him consolidate his cultivation base. With this divine elixir, I'll definitely be able to consolidate my cultivation base before the 7 prefectures feast. At that time, I might be able to defeat Duan Lingtian. Mochi Hong did not slack off on his cultivation even when he was waiting for the ultimate godly emperor-grade divine elixir. In fact, he worked even harder because of Mochi Ju's death. Currently, Duan Lingtian was his current target. His ultimate target was Yi Chenfeng. He did not know if there was anyone in the Mochi clan who could avenge Yi Chenfeng. Even if there was, he did not intend to place all his hopes on the Mochi clan. After all, the Mochi clan had to prioritize the clan. He might not fall out with Yi Chenfeng and the Chunyang school just because of the death of his ancestor. Therefore, he felt that he had to rely on himself. However, it was still too far away for him to kill Yi Chenfeng and avenge his ancestor. However, although it was far away, he did not despair. I'll surpass Duan Lingtian first. After surpassing Duan Lingtian, I'll become the strongest person among the younger generation in the Eastern Ridge Mansion and the surrounding areas. Then, I'll work hard and strive to catch up to Yi Chenfeng. Yi Chenfeng is 10,000 years older than me. I might be able to catch up with him after 10,000 years. I remember that when he was my age, he wasn't as good as me. The current Mochi Hong was working harder than ever when it came to cultivation. State capital of Qing. It was a prefecture adjacent to Tonglung province. The young geniuses of the state capital of Qing would also participate in the 7 prefectures feast. The puppet villa was one of the top 3 forces in the state capital of Qing. There were many experts in the villa, including a few intermediate god emperors. Duan Lingtian has mastered the sword principle. He defeated Mochi Hong, who has been a high-level divine emperor for 100 years, with the strength of a middle-level divine emperor for 2 years. A young man who had just come out of seclusion in the puppet villa was shocked when he heard the news. Then, a bitter smile appeared on his face. It seems like it's almost impossible to surpass him in the 7 prefectures feast. My next goal is to be in the top 10 of the 7 prefectures feast. The young man sighed and returned to his room to continue his cultivation. At this moment, there were no disciples from the Tai sect who had fought with the Tianlong clan. Otherwise, they would have recognized the young man at first glance. The young man was the former monstrous disciple of Greater One sect, Shimen Longxiang. The Feast of 7 Prefectures feast was getting closer. Not only were the young disciples from the 5 Emperor God's forces in East Ridge Prefecture cultivating diligently, but even the young disciples from the other 6 prefectures, including State Prefecture of Qing, were also cultivating diligently to improve themselves. The 7 prefectures feast was significant to them. That was because it was opened in the secret to cultivation city. The secret to cultivation city was jointly discovered by the 7 prefectures, or it could be said that they discovered it together and opened it together. Zhen Pingfan said to Duan Lingtian in the Chunyang school's encampment on Yunfeng Island. Zhen Pingfan came to Duan Lingtian to ask about the way of the sword. Duan Lingtian mentioned the 7 prefectures feast and Zhen Pingfan told him about it. After all, it was not a secret. Secret to cultivation city? There's a chance to become a high-level god emperor? Duan Lingtian asked. Duan Lingtian felt that the secret to cultivation city was a bit vulgar, but when he thought about how it could help a mid-level god emperor become a high-level god emperor, he felt that it was not an ordinary place. Yes. Zhen Pingfan nodded. There's an opportunity for a mid-level god emperor to become a high-level god emperor. Moreover, there have been many high-level god emperors in the history of the secret to cultivation city. What kind of place is the secret to cultivation city? How was it formed? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Was it left behind by an expert? You can say yes, but you can also say no. Zhen Pingfan shook his head and said. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he was naturally confused. What did he mean by, you can say yes, but you can also say no? Elder Zhen, please tell me more about it. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Zhen Pingfan nodded. Then I'll give you a detailed introduction of the secret to Cultivation City. I wonder, what do you think of the omnipotent experts? Zhen Pingfan asked. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed when he heard this. He said bluntly, I don't know much about the ultimate experts. I only know that they're the most powerful beings in this world. Also, the 18 realms of gods are the little worlds in the bodies of the 18 ultimate experts. Apart from these 18 ultimate experts, there are other ultimate experts as well. However, those ultimate experts are not as powerful as the 18 ultimate experts who occupy the realms of gods. Duan Lingtian said. It's rare for you to know all this. Zhen Pingfan said with a smile. It's said that only 18 realms of gods can exist in this world. If one of the 18 realms of gods can't be destroyed, the other ultimate experts won't be able to occupy a realm of gods and turn their little worlds into realms of gods. Apart from those who left early or were sent away by the ultimate experts, the rest of the living beings in the realms of gods that have been destroyed are basically annihilated. The realms of gods that have been destroyed are reduced to ruins. They will enter the spatial turbulence and wander around until they reach a place where even the other ultimate experts can't find them. After destroying a realm of gods and killing an ultimate expert, the ultimate expert who killed the ultimate expert will be able to turn his little world into a new realm of gods. Do you know about this? Zhen Pingfan asked. I've heard of it. Duan Lingtian nodded. Zhen Pingfan continued. When another supreme expert kills another supreme expert who occupies a seat in a realm of gods and destroys the minor world in his opponent's body, although he can't plunder the entire realm of gods, he can still use his strength to obtain fragments from the minor world in his opponent's realm of gods. The fragments of the realm of gods are compressed into a small realm of gods by the ultimate experts. The small realm of gods has absorbed the essence of the realm of gods, and the ultimate experts have set up many formations in it. Therefore, it has become a holy land for cultivation. In the end, these small dimensions will be casually thrown into the small world within the body of the strongest, waiting for the fated to discover and obtain them. When Zhen Fan reached this part of his sentence, he did not continue to speak. He merely smiled at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, understood what Zhen Pingfan was trying to say. Elder Zhen, you're saying the Saint Land secret zone discovered by the top God Emperor forces in the Seven Mansions, including our Eastern Ridge Mansion, is actually a fragment of a realm that a supreme powerhouse casually tossed into the Mystic Handle land that he modified? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He had never heard of this before. That's right. Zhen Pingfan nodded. Yes. They are fragments of the realm of gods. Furthermore, not only did the utmost powerful ones modify these fragments to form an independent space within them, but they also spent a lot of effort on them so that after the resources within were depleted, they could spend a period of time to be reborn. As for whether there is a limit to this rebirth, I'm not sure yet. However, under normal circumstances, there is definitely a limit. As for the secret realms in the 7 prefectures, including our Tonglung province, they discovered and opened it together. Because it has only been opened for a few 100,000 years, the environment inside has not shown any signs of decay. The secret realms in the secret realms need about 10,000 years to recover once it is depleted. Therefore, the 7 prefectures, including our Tonglung province, made a 10,000-year promise to open the secret realms in the secret realms once every 10,000 years. There is a limit to the number of people who can enter the secret realms in the secret realms. After many years of exploration, it is most suitable for 24 people to enter at once. If only 3 people enter, there will be some surplus resources inside. However, if only 25 people enter, it will be a little tight. In the beginning, the 7 prefectures divided the 24 people according to their top fighting strength. However, after tens of thousands of years, many people realized that because some of the forces had people who had advanced to Upper God Emperor the last time they entered, the next time the Upper God Emperor made a move, they could easily snatch the quota for their forces. Therefore, in accordance with the principle of majority rule, they changed the rule of dividing the quota according to their top fighting strength. It was changed to the younger generation under 10,000 years old fighting for the quota to show absolute fairness. Moreover, by doing so, it also allowed the major forces to take the initiative to nurture the younger generation. After that, many forces had people who had advanced to Upper God Emperor without entering the secret realms in the secret realms. When Zhen Pingfan said this, Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. No wonder the younger generation had to decide the quota to enter the secret realms in the secret realms. It turned out that they were worried that some forces would have Upper God Emperors first and have an advantage in the next competition for the quota to enter the secret realms in the secret realms. This was like a snowball rolling, getting bigger and bigger. As for those forces who had obtained the quota but did not have any Upper God Emperors, they would definitely not be able to compete in the future. The first place of the 7 prefectures grand banquet can fight for 4 quotas for the forces behind them. The second and third place can fight for 3 quotas for the forces behind them. The 4th to 10th place can fight for 2 quotas for the forces behind them. When he thought of this, Duan Lingtian looked at Zhen Pingfan and could not help but ask curiously, Elder Zhen, what if 2 or more monstrous young geniuses are born in a force at the same time and 2 or more of them enter the top 10 at the same time? If the number of quotas they snatch exceeds the number of middle god emperors in the force behind them, what about the remaining quotas? Give them to the lower god emperors in the force behind them? Duan Lingtian had just thought of this question. Of course. Zhen Pingfan nodded. However, giving the lower god emperors a chance to enter is actually a bit of a waste. Of course, if there are extra quotas, they can choose to give them to others. They can even auction them. Chapter 4001. After listening to Zhen Pingfan's explanation, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the 7 prefectures' feast's purpose. Everything was for the sake of the secret territory in the Saint Land. The secret territory in the Saint Land was the work of an ultimate powerhouse. It contained an opportunity for an intermediate god emperor to become an upper god emperor. It was enough to make those who had little hope of becoming an upper god emperor go crazy. No wonder Chunyang School was willing to invest so many resources in me. As long as I can make it into the top 10, it'll be a huge gain compared to what they invested in me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew that if he really made it into the top 10 of the 7 prefectures' feast, Chunyang School would not mistreat him. Moreover, after returning from the 7 Kills Valley, he had received another batch of cultivation resources from Chunyang School. They were even more generous than the last time. Duan Lingtian knew that Chunyang School was so generous because he had displayed strength that surpassed Mochi Hong of the Mochi clan in the 7 Kills Valley. Previously, Chunyang School had only expected him to make it into the top 10 of the 7 prefectures' feast. Now, he wanted to make it into the top 3. Of course, even if he did not make it into the top 3 of the 7 prefectures' feast, Chunyang School would not blame him. After all, Chunyang School only wanted Duan Lingtian to make it into the top 3 of the 10. Cultivate well and try your best to become stronger. As far as I know, the other 2 prefectures should have some trump cards up their sleeves for the 7 prefectures' feast this time. Zhen Pingfan said to Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression. He was not worried that Duan Lingtian would be complacent. Instead, he hoped that Duan Lingtian would be mentally prepared. After spending some time together, Zhen Pingfan naturally realized that although Duan Lingtian was young, he was extremely mature. As expected of a genius who had fought his way from the mundane realm to the realm of gods. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had never underestimated the geniuses from the other 6 prefectures. Even in Tonglung province, he didn't dare to say that the geniuses from the other forces were inferior to Mochi Hong. Who knew whether or not they had hidden trump cards, all for the sake of winning by surprise at the 7 prefectures' feast when others were careless. This was not impossible. If he hid himself and kept a low profile, he might be able to strike at the critical moment. If he wanted to trick him, the other party was destined to waste his efforts. He had experienced too much since he came from the mundane realms. Naturally, he knew that he couldn't underestimate anyone. Sometimes, the slightest mistake could cost him his life. In the past, the number of people who had died at his hands was not small. The date of the 7 Prefectures feast was getting closer and closer. Time passed quickly as the young geniuses of the 7 Prefectures worked hard to cultivate and improve themselves. In the blink of an eye, there was only half a year left until the 7 Prefectures feast. At this time, the various top emperor god forces in the 7 Prefectures began to make their moves. Most of them were preparing to depart for the 7 Prefectures feast. The 7 Prefectures feast was held once every 10,000 years. It was held in Tonglung Province, Qing State Prefecture, and the other prefectures. This time, it was the turn of a prefecture called Mystic Jade Prefecture. There were a total of 6 top emperor god forces in Mystic Jade Prefecture. One of the emperor god forces even had an upper-level emperor god. He had broken through after the 7 Prefectures feast 2 years ago. He had broken through in the Holy Land's secret realm. However, this upper-level emperor god was old and did not have many years left to live. It was said that he had been severely injured during the previous heavenly tribulation. He broke through to the upper-level emperor realm 20,000 years ago and was severely injured during the most recent heavenly tribulation? Duan Lingtian could not help but be shocked when he heard this from Zhen Pingfan. At the same time, he felt that it was somewhat unbelievable. Even if a middle-level emperor god would definitely die during the next heavenly tribulation, as long as he broke through to the upper-level emperor realm before the heavenly tribulation arrived, it should not be too difficult for him to overcome the heavenly tribulation in the next 20,000 years, right? Could it be that he was severely injured by the heavenly tribulation before he broke through to the upper-level emperor realm and left behind some hidden injuries? That's why he was dragged down by his old injuries after he broke through to the upper-level emperor realm? Duan Lingtian could not help but make such a guess. That's not the case. Zhen Pingfan shook his head. Before he broke through to the upper-level emperor realm, he was indeed injured. However, a few thousand years after he broke through to the upper-level emperor realm, his injuries completely healed. At that time, it was still easy for him to deal with the heavenly tribulation. However, in the next few thousand years, because his cultivation did not improve, it became more and more difficult for him to deal with the heavenly tribulation. 8,000 years ago, he was injured for the first time. Although it was only a light injury, it was still an injury. After that, the injuries he suffered became more and more serious. After listening to Zhen Pingfan's explanation, Duan Lingtian also realized the reason. It turned out that after that person broke through to the upper-level emperor realm, his strength increased very slowly. In fact, there was even a period of time when he did not improve at all. 1,000 years of heavenly tribulation, each time stronger than the last. Although he broke through to the upper-level emperor realm, he did not manage to catch up with the growth rate of the heavenly tribulation. Sooner or later, he would not be able to escape death. Zhen Pingfan sighed. When Duan Lingtian heard this, his gaze also became somewhat complicated. At this moment, he thought of his family members. In the future, should he let his family members break through to the Divine King realm? If they broke through, they would have to start fighting against the heavens. If they did not break through, although their strength would be slightly weaker as long as there were no accidents, they would be able to live forever. It's better to let them choose for themselves. When he thought of his family members, including his own children, who were already adults, Duan Lingtian shook his head for a moment. He felt that there was no need for him to care too much. Everyone had their own thoughts. Perhaps, for some people, instead of suppressing their cultivation base and not raising it, it would be better for them to indulge themselves. Even if they died in the end, they would not regret it. Elder Zhen, I only know that we'll be leaving in a month. May I know when exactly we'll be leaving? The reason Duan Lingtian was with Zhen Pingfan was because the Chunyang school was about to head to the profound Jade Mansion to participate in the 7 Mansions banquet. The 7 Mansions banquet would not wait for everyone to arrive before it began. It had a fixed date, and usually one would have to arrive at the destination in advance. A few days ago, Duan Lingtian had been awakened by the news that he would be leaving the sect in a month's time to head to the 7 Mansions banquet. 9 days later, Duan Lingtian did not know the exact time, but that did not mean that Zhen Pingfan did not know. It was precisely because the departure time was getting closer and closer that he came to chat with Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he would not want to delay Duan Lingtian's cultivation. 9 days? That's soon. Duan Lingtian nodded. In the Devata realms. In the solitary destructive heaven. In the heavenly palace. Master, how's your main body doing? Recently, not only was Duan Lingtian in closed-door cultivation, but his clone in the lower secondary realms was also in closed-door cultivation to focus on his cultivation. Although his main body would not be affected if his main body was in closed-door cultivation, his main body was in closed-door cultivation. However, if his main body was not in closed-door cultivation with his main body, the effect of his main body's closed-door cultivation would be greatly reduced. After his main body came out of closed-door cultivation, his main body came out of closed-door cultivation as well. Then he looked for his master, Feng Qingyang's main body, and asked about his master's situation in the realms of gods. Not bad. Feng Qingyang smiled faintly and did not say much. Duan Lingtian did not press the matter. After all, he had asked his master many times about his main body's situation in the realms of gods. However, his master did not tell him the details each time. Naturally, he knew his master was only acting this way because he did not want to worry him. At the same time, he did not want to make up lies to deceive him. For this reason, Duan Lingtian gave up on asking his master. The Seven Mansions banquet is about to begin, right? Feng Qingyang asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. There's only half a year left before the Seven Mansions banquet begins. The Chunyang school will depart in 9 days and head to the profound Jade Mansion where the Seven Mansions banquet will be held. Are you confident? Feng Qingyang asked with a smile on his face. Top 10 shouldn't be a problem. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. As for top 3 or even first place, I can't say for sure. After all, no one knows if the other 6 mansions and the 3 Grand God Emperor forces in Tonglung province have any trump cards up their sleeves. Sometimes, what's exposed might not be the best. 9 days later, 2 spaceships appeared outside the Chunyang school's estate. This time, the 2 people leading the Pure Sun sect to participate in the 7 prefectures feast were both middle god emperors. One of them was the old ancestor of the hidden sword progeny, Yi Chenfeng. The other person was the old ancestor of the tyrant saber progeny, Lu Fenggu. Although Lu Fenggu was not as strong as Yi Chenfeng, he was still slightly stronger than the other intermediate god emperors in the Chunyang school. 2 flying ships, one on the left and one on the right, were flying side by side. They were both flying at the speed of a high-level god emperor. One of the spaceships belonged to Yi Chenfeng. The other was Lu Fenggu's spaceship. Duan Lingtian, Zhenping Fan, and the people from the Yun Feng progeny who were heading to the Seven Mansions banquet were all in Yi Chenfeng's spaceship. Lan Shilin's righteous progeny was also there. This time, the leader of the righteous progeny was the old ancestor of the righteous progeny, Lan Jingming. I didn't expect that a good-for-nothing like Lan Shilin would have such a sensible great-grandfather like Elder Righteous. Today was the first time Duan Lingtian and Lan Jingming, the old ancestor of the righteous progeny, had met each other. However, Lan Jingming's enthusiasm made him feel as if they had known each other for many years. Moreover, Lan Jingming had brought Lan Shilin to Duan Lingtian and told him that if Lan Shilin dared to provoke Duan Lingtian in the future, Lan Jingming could directly kill him and the righteous progeny would not hold him accountable. Lan Shilin's face turned green when he heard Lan Jingming's words. If Duan Lingtian went crazy and killed him for no reason, then accused him of causing trouble first, wouldn't he die unjustly? Of course, what Lan Shilin did not know was that the reason Lan Jingming dared to say this was because he now understood Duan Lingtian and was sure that Duan Lingtian was not that kind of person. Chapter 4002. He's Duan Lingtian? He's really young. Not only does Duan Lingtian look young, but he's also really young. He's not even 3,000 years old. Duan Lingtian, who was in the airship, was the center of attention of the people from the other lineages for a long time after they departed. In the past, he only had a reputation from the outside world. Now, he truly had the ability to convince people in Chunyang School. He gave people a feeling that he deserved his reputation and was no longer doubted by many people like before. Now, many of the young disciples in the spaceship had gone to the Seven Kills Valley with Duan Lingtian and had seen Duan Lingtian fight with their own eyes. Because of this, with their confirmation, the others completely believed in Duan Lingtian's strength. Of course, the mirror image recorded by the floating image pearl at that time was enough to let people know more about Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. At some point, a young man walked to Duan Lingtian's side. He was dressed in a snow-white robe. He was handsome and had an outstanding temperament. At the same time, there seemed to be a sense of coldness around him at all times. Previously, he stood to the side and did not smile. But now, after coming to Duan Lingtian's side, he forced a smile on his face. Just as Duan Lingtian looked at the young man in front of him in confusion, Zhen Pingfan, who was standing a distance away, happened to see the situation here. When he saw the confusion on Duan Lingtian's face, he quickly reminded Duan Lingtian through telepathy. Duan Lingtian, this is the last disciple of my senior brother Yi Tong. Yi Tong. Upon hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, an old figure suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was the Hidden Sword Branch's elder Jingshu, Yi Tong, who had led a few young prodigies of the Hidden Sword Branch to the Seven Kills Valley with him last time. However, since Yi Chenfeng was leading the team this time, Yi Tong did not go with him. As for the Yunfeng bloodline, the forefather, Zhen Pingfan, didn't personally take action. The one leading the group was still Zhen Pingfan, and it could only be Zhen Pingfan. After all, excluding the headmaster of Chunyang School, Yun Peak only had 2 emperor gods. As for the headmaster of Chunyang School, he usually wouldn't personally lead a team to participate in the 7 prefectures feast. It had always been like this, because he controlled the sect-protecting formation of Chunyang School's encampment. If something unexpected happened, he might not be able to make it back in time even if he went to the 7 prefectures feast. I'm Yi Inkai, a disciple of Elder Jingshu of the Hidden Sword sect, Yi Tong. Although the young man in white had a cold temperament, he was very polite. Due to Yi Chenfeng and Yi Tong, Duan Lingtian had a good impression of the Hidden Sword progeny. He quickly responded with a smile, I've heard of your name before, but I can't believe you're actually Elder Yi Tong's disciple. Master Yi Tong is very lucky to have such an outstanding disciple like you. Duan Lingtian said. In fact, Duan Lingtian had heard of Yi Inkai a long time ago. Before he came to Chunyang School, there were a few names in Chunyang School that symbolized the strongest battle prowess of the Chunyang School's younger generation. One of them was Yi Inkai. However, before today, Duan Lingtian only knew that Yi Inkai was the grand disciple of Yi Chenfeng of the Hidden Sword sect. He didn't know that he was Yi Tong's disciple. After all, Yi Chenfeng had many disciples in the Hidden Sword sect. He even had 2 lesser god emperors. Yi Inkai shook his head. It's not that Master is lucky. It's I, Yi Inkai, who was lucky enough to become Master's disciple. That's why I am where I am today. When he said this, Yingsai's smile disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. When Duan Lingtian saw this, he realized that Yi Inkai respected Yi Tong from the bottom of his heart. His evaluation of Yi Inkai improved imperceptibly. Yi Inkai comes from a god-emperor clan. At this time, Zhen Pingfan's voice transmission reached Duan Lingtian's ears. However, that god-emperor clan was destroyed by a god-emperor of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Back then, Uncle Master Yi happened to pass by and saw him in his swaddling clothes. She felt compassion for him and wanted to save him. When the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice's Emperor God expert saw Uncle Master Yi's appearance, he didn't continue to eliminate him. However, after Master Yi returned, a few people from the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness quickly came to find Master Yi. They wanted Master Yi to promise that the infant wouldn't know the truth. They didn't want anyone in Chunyang School to become an enemy of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Because of this, very few people know about Yingsai's background. I'm afraid only a few people from the Hidden Sword faction and a few people from the Yunpeak faction know about it. Now there's you. Duan Lingtian, I'm telling you this because I trust that you'll keep your mouth shut. Yingkai mustn't know about this. Otherwise, it won't be good for him. Zhen Pingfan reminded him as he reached the end of his sentence. Duan Lingtian nodded in understanding. Yi Inkai found out about his background. He's an orphan. Master Yi brought him back to the sect and he became Yi Tong's disciple. Zhen Pingfan said. At the same time, the serious expression on Yingsai's face gradually faded. He chatted with Duan Lingtian for a while longer and asked him about cultivation before he left. During this time, Duan Lingtian noticed that Yingsai's attitude toward him had changed significantly. When Yi Inkai first approached him, there was a hint of arrogance in his eyes. However, at this moment, his arrogance was completely gone. He was completely convinced by Duan Lingtian. This was because he discovered that when he asked about cultivation, Duan Lingtian's answers made him ponder deeply. It made him realize the gap between him and Duan Lingtian. In fact, the reason Duan Lingtian had so many tricks up his sleeves was because he had cultivated many cultivation methods from the mundane realms to the Devata realms and the realms of gods. He had come into contact with many cultivation methods from the mundane realms, the Devata realms, and the realms of gods. Based on his past experiences, he could often use some of the tricks he had learned in the past. Although it was not very helpful, it was still much better than cultivating in a serious manner. Perhaps it was because Yi Inkai took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian. Many young disciples from the Chunyang school also stepped forward to greet Duan Lingtian. Among them, there was no lack of outgoing and enthusiastic people. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian did not put on airs just because he was famous in the Chunyang school. Everyone had a good impression of Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Duan, you're amazing. You actually defeated Mochi Hong. You'll definitely be in the top 3 in the 7 prefectures banquet this time. Senior brother Duan, after the 7 prefectures banquet ends, I'll treat you to a drink. I have some good wine brewed from my family's precious treasures. We'll celebrate with you at that time. We won't leave until we're drunk. Senior brother Duan, my innate talent and comprehension ability are not as good as yours. However, a genius like you definitely needs to spend all his time cultivating. In the future, if you have any trivial matters, just send me a message. As long as it's within my ability, I'll solve it for you immediately. When the group of young disciples saw Duan Lingtian did not put on airs and had a good temper, they were happy to befriend Duan Lingtian. Of course, most importantly, the natural talent and comprehension ability Duan Lingtian revealed so far caused them to feel inferior. It was even to the extent that it was difficult for them to even arouse feelings of jealousy. All they could feel was envy. Moreover, in their opinion, befriending Duan Lingtian now would only bring them benefits and no harm. Otherwise, when Duan Lingtian grew up in the future, it would definitely be a different situation if they tried to befriend Duan Lingtian again. While Duan Lingtian was dealing with the group of young disciples, the leaders of the other branches who were heading to the 7 prefectures banquet this time were either the ancestors of their respective branches or the god emperors of their respective branches. All of them looked at Duan Lingtian with admiration. High innate talent and comprehension ability, but not the slightest bit of arrogance. If Duan Lingtian is willing to stay in Chunyang school in the future, he'll be able to take over the position of sect leader. That's enough to convince everyone. I'm afraid that's not very likely. In the past, Duan Lingtian was strongly wooed by the Jade Sun branch, so he expressed that he would not stay in Chunyang school. It's only a matter of time before he leaves Chunyang school. Speaking of that matter, this Duan Lingtian is indeed not bad. If it were an ordinary person with bad intentions, I'm afraid that they would pretend to agree to the Jade Sun branch, gain benefits, and then leave Chunyang school after they've grown up. This Duan Lingtian's character is indeed unquestionable. Even Duan Lingtian himself didn't know that he had unknowingly received so much praise. Unlike the spaceship controlled by Yi Chenfeng, where most of the people's attention was on Duan Lingtian, the other spaceship controlled by the tyrannical Blade Branch's ancestor, Lu Fenggu, was filled with people chatting in groups of 3 to 5. Among them, there were a few people who were constantly glancing at each other. These people were among the stronger members of Chunyang School's younger generation. They were existences on par with the Hidden Sword Branch's prodigy, Yinkai. In a corner, a figure sat cross-legged as if he had been forgotten. Senior brother, what's wrong with Qinya? Why do I feel like he's a completely different person after going out with you and coming back? A middle-aged man asked the old man beside him in confusion. The old man was the leader of the Pingxing branch in Chunyang School this time. He was the son of the Pingxing branch's ancestor, Yuan Hanjin, and also Yang Qinya's master. As for the middle-aged man, he was his junior brother, another Jade Void elder of the Pingxing branch. He probably still hasn't recovered from what happened to his father. Faced with his junior brother's question, Yuan Hanjin glanced at the cold figure sitting cross-legged in the corner and shook his head. Senior brother. The middle-aged man's eyes flashed as he transmitted his voice to Yuan Hanjin. I've also heard about his father. The person who killed his father is the Tianlong clan's clan master, Long Qingchong. You really don't plan to help him? Although I can't do anything to him in the Sky Dragon sect, and I can't do anything to him in the open, did he not leave the Sky Dragon sect? As long as we're willing, it won't be difficult to find a good opportunity. Chapter 4003. Yuan Hanjin looked deeply at his junior brother and said, You don't have to care about this anymore. You don't have to say anything. It's best for Qinya to avenge his father himself. Don't tell Qinya this. Otherwise, you'll be misleading him and telling him that I don't want to avenge him. Yuan Hanjin's eyes turned cold as he spoke. His junior brother nodded. Senior brother, I understand. I won't interfere in this anymore. Senior brother is right. It's best for Qinya to avenge his father himself. Looking at how hard he's working now, it's obvious that he's motivated by hatred. He looked at Yang Qinya, who was sitting cross-legged in a corner of the spaceship. He was cultivating diligently, ignoring everything around him. It's good that you know. Yuan Hanjin retracted his cold gaze. His originally solemn expression eased up in an instant. At the same time, he said to his junior brother through voice transmission, There's one more thing that I can tell you in advance. My disciple has already broken through to the medium-level godly emperor layer. He has consolidated his medium-level godly emperor cultivation. Also, his mastery of the laws has increased by a lot. Now, in Chunyang School, apart from Duan Lingtian, no one under 10,000 years old can compete with him. As Yuan Hanjin finished speaking, there was a hint of pride in his tone. What? Yuan Hanjin's junior brother was shocked when he heard Yuan Hanjin's voice transmission. Qinya is so strong now? How is this possible? He was well aware of Yang Qinya's strength. In the past, Yang Qinya was only slightly stronger than his most outstanding disciple. However, his master said Yang Qinya's strength was only second to Duan Lingtian among the younger generation under the age of 10,000 in the Pure Sun sect. You'll know whether it's possible or not after the 7 prefectures feast. Yuan Hanjin did not mind his junior brother's suspicion. Also, think about it carefully. Have I, your senior brother, ever lied to you? The middle-aged man looked apologetic when he heard Yuan Hanjin's words. Senior brother, I'm not doubting your words. It's just that this is too shocking. I can't accept it for a while. The middle-aged man's heart was in turmoil. He could not calm down for a long time. It was impossible for his senior brother to lie. However, Yang Qinya's improvement in the past few decades had truly shocked him. A person who had just consolidated his cultivation as a low-level divine emperor had not only stepped into the middle-level divine emperor realm in a few short decades, but had also consolidated his cultivation as a middle-level divine emperor. Moreover, his comprehension of the profundities of the laws had improved as well. Could it be that his father's death provoked him and caused his strength to improve by leaps and bounds? He knew what kind of talent Yang Qinya had. Yang Qinya's improvement in the past few decades was really abnormal. That was the only explanation he could think of. If the father of one of my disciples was also killed, would they also be able to advance by leaps and bounds like Qinya? As soon as this thought appeared, it was immediately suppressed by the middle-aged man. No, this won't work. If they find out about this in the future, I'll become their father's murderer. When he thought up to this point, the middle-aged man recalled another matter. He looked at his senior brother Yuan Hanjin again, and his heart trembled. I've investigated it before. Long Qingchong, the sect leader of the Heavenly Dragon sect, isn't a bloodthirsty person. Moreover, although the Myriad Devil sect has done some stupid things in the past, they've also paid a huge price. Long Qingchong doesn't have any motive to kill Lan Qing. However, the floating image pearl's image can't be fake. Long Qingchong had no motive to kill Lan Qing, but he still did it. What could make him do such a thing? Or is it possible that it was someone who made Long Qing rush out to kill the other party? The middle-aged man shuddered when he thought of this. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it was. It couldn't be. Senior brother couldn't be that kind of person. Absolutely not. The two Emperor-grade spaceships of the Chunyang School left the Chunyang School at the speed of an Emperor-grade god. After some time, they left the Tunglung province. However, after leaving the Tunglung province, the spaceship slowed down to the speed of a lesser Emperor-grade god. At this speed, even the young disciples of the Divine Emperor realm could vaguely see the scenery outside through the surrounding scenery. We've entered the state capital of Qing. The voice of Patriarch Lan Jingming of the righteous lineage was heard from the spaceship. His voice wasn't loud, so those who were cultivating wouldn't be affected. However, those who weren't cultivating would be able to hear him. It was only then that they realized they had left the Tunglung province. State capital of Qing? This is the state capital of Qing? This is the first time I've walked out of the Tunglung province. The scenery of the state capital of Qing doesn't look much different from the Tunglung province. This is the state capital of Qing, adjacent to the Tunglung province. It's the same mountain range. How different can it be? After Lan Jingming informed them that they had left the Tunglung province and entered the state capital of Qing, most of them were young, so many of them started to become active. Even Duan Lingtian was looking outside. This was also his first time leaving the Tunglung province after coming to the Shengang land. There are only 4 top Emperor-grade god forces in the state capital of Qing, which is one less than the Tunglung province. Lan Jingming continued to introduce the state capital of Qing. The 4 top Emperor-grade god forces in the state capital of Qing are the Heaven's Roar sect, the Puppet Villa, the Frigid Ice sect, and the 10,000 Swords Fort. The first 3 of them exist in the form of sects, which is similar to the Chunyang School. As for the 10,000 Swords Fort, it's a family, the Sword Deity family. In the current generation of the 10,000 Swords Fort, there are 3 people who have mastered the embryonic form of the Sword Principle. It is said that one of them is expected to master the Sword Principle soon. Of course, this news came from the 10,000 Swords Fort, so it's hard to tell if it's true or not. Lan Jingming's introduction piqued the interest of the young disciples, including Duan Lingtian. Although they had heard of the state capital of Qing before, they did not know much about it. Now that Lan Jingming was telling them these things that they did not know, they were naturally very interested. Currently, the most powerful force in the state capital of Qing is the Heaven's Roar sect. In the 7 prefectures feast 10,000 years ago, a young disciple from the Heaven's Roar sect made it to the top 10 and won 2 places for the Heaven's Roar sect to enter the secret land of the Holy Land. This time, one of the disciples from the Heaven's Roar sect successfully broke through to the Senior Emperor realm and became the first Senior Emperor realm in the state capital of Qing in the past 20,000 years. As Lan Jingming spoke, Duan Lingtian recalled that when he was still in the Tianlong clan, the Emperor Realm Elder in the 7 Kills Valley in Heping City in the Emperor Battle Realm seemed to have mentioned this as well. At that time, Elder Silver Puppet from the Puppet Villa was also present, and he was also an Emperor Realm expert. The 2 of them had a battle of words, from individuals to sects behind them, and neither of them gave in to the other. As Lan Jingming continued, Duan Lingtian and the rest gained a deeper understanding of the state capital of Qing. At the same time, they also knew that there were many young experts in the state capital of Qing. There is a young genius from the Heaven's Roar sect in the state capital of Qing. 1,000 years ago, he fought with Mochi Hong from the Mochi family, but he was slightly inferior. Now, he might have already defeated Mochi Hong. When they heard Lan Jingming's words, someone immediately questioned, "Ancestor, that person was defeated by Mochi Hong 1,000 years ago. How could he defeat Mochi Hong now?" Mochi Hong has already entered the upper Divine Emperor realm. Ma Qihong was only a middle divine emperor 1,000 years ago, and he was defeated by him. How could he surpass him now? How could this be possible? When Lan Jingming heard this, he smiled faintly and said, "What if I told you that the genius from the Heaven's Roar sect just turned 5,000 years old 1,000 years ago? Now, 1,000 years have passed. Although the Heaven's Roar sect has kept this information secret, I still think that he has most likely entered the Upper Divine Emperor realm, and he might have entered the Upper Divine Emperor realm earlier than Ma Qihong." When Lan Jingming said this, the people who were still doubting him immediately fell silent at this moment. 1,000 years ago, a genius from the Heaven's Roar sect who had just turned 5,000 years old was slightly inferior to Ma Qihong. 1,000 years later, Ma Qihong had entered the Upper Divine Emperor realm, so how could that person have stayed the same? That person was a few thousand years younger than Ma Qihong, but he was still slightly inferior to Ma Qihong 1,000 years ago. This meant that his talent and comprehension were stronger than Ma Qihong's. Now, 1,000 years had passed, and Ma Qihong had already broken through to the Upper Divine Emperor realm for more than 100 years. I didn't expect the Heaven's Roar sect to have such a genius. I've never heard of him before. Many people sighed. Yes, I know that there are a few outstanding geniuses in the younger generation of the Heaven's Roar sect, but they are all 8 or 9,000 years old. I've never heard of anyone who is only 6,000 years old. Now, it seems like the Heaven's Roar sect has hidden him. The Heaven's Roar sect must have done this to catch Ma Qihong off guard during the Seven Mansions banquet. That person is probably stronger than Ma Qihong. Perhaps he can even stand shoulder to shoulder with Duan Lingtian. As the crowd chatted, their eyes unconsciously fell on Duan Lingtian. At this time, Lan Jingming also looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Duan Lingnan, if you encounter that person from the Heaven's Roar sect, you must not be careless." "Thank you for the reminder, Elder. I'll be careful." Duan Lingtian thanked Lan Jingming repeatedly. At the same time, his heart skipped a beat. Just as he had guessed, the other 6 mansions would not reveal their trump cards. It was all for the sake of unexpectedly using this trump card at the 7 prefectures feast. At this time, even though Duan Lingtian felt that his strength was not bad, he still felt slightly pressured. Chapter 4004. Just the sects in the state capital of Qing, which was adjacent to Tunglung province, had such a hidden trump card. What about the other sects in the other prefectures? For example, did the other 3 forces in the state capital of Qing have their own trump cards as well? Perhaps not all of them had their own trump cards, but it was possible that 1 or 2 forces did. Of course, it was also possible that other than the Heaven's Roar sect, none of the other 3 forces had their own trump cards. After all, monstrous talents were not common. For example, in Tunglung province, Duan Lingtian had previously thought that the other 4 forces might have their own trump cards that they would only reveal at the 7 prefectures banquet. Even the Mochi clan, Ma Qihong, might not be the most outstanding person in the younger generation of the Mochi clan. However, later on, Zhen Pingfan told him that the other 3 forces in the state capital of Qing were in the state capital of Qing. It was not difficult for the other 4 forces in Tunglung province to hide this from the other prefectures, but it was not easy for them to hide it from the Chunyang school, which was as famous as them in Tunglung province. At the very least, according to Zhen Pingfan, the Pure Sun sect knew that Mochi Lu Su, the head of the Mochi family, had a few illegitimate children, and there were a few god emperors in the alliance of benevolence and justice at odds. At that time, Duan Lingtian knew that the Chunyang school must have planted many spies in the 4 forces. Otherwise, they would not have been so confident in their ability to gather information. As for the other 4 forces, Duan Lingtian guessed that they had done the same. However, he was not sure if they had done as well as the Chunyang school. However, according to Zhen Pingfan, the other 4 forces were definitely not as good as the Chunyang school. This was because among the 5 forces in Tunglung province, the Chunyang school had the longest history. In fact, the Chunyang school had planted spies in the other 4 forces in Tunglung province in the early days. This had been passed down from generation to generation. According to Elder Zhen's words, there shouldn't be any accidents in Tunglung province. The only places that could have accidents would be the other prefectures. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Elder Zhen, how long will it take to reach the location of the Seven Manners banquet in the profound Jade Mansion? It had been half a month since Duan Lingtian and the others from the Chunyang school entered the state capital of Qing, but they had yet to leave. Along the way, Lan Jingming enthusiastically introduced Duan Lingtian and the rest to the local customs of the state capital of Qing. He also talked about the various major forces in the state capital of Qing, so it was not boring at all. Lan Jingming, the patriarch of the righteous lineage, Elder Jingshu, and an emperor god expert, also made the young disciples of Chunyang school feel close to him. They felt that this patriarch of the righteous lineage was kind and amiable. If we go there directly, it won't take long. Zhen Pingfan said, however, we have plenty of time this time, so we're not in a hurry to go there. It's always been like this in the past. It'll take about a month or two on the way. After listening to Zhen Pingfan, Duan Lingtian suddenly remembered something. Elder Zhen, you and Elder Yi weren't even 10,000 years old 10,000 years ago, right? You should have participated in the Seven Manners banquet 10,000 years ago, right? Whether it was Zhen Pingfan or Yi Chenfeng, they were not even 10,000 years old 10,000 years ago. In other words, they were qualified to represent the Chunyang school in the Seven Manners banquet. We were. Zhen Pingfan nodded, then looked at Yi Chenfeng, who was sitting cross-legged not far away with a complicated expression. At that time, I was ranked 12th in the Seven Manners banquet, while junior Uncle Yi was ranked outside the top 20. My results were the best among all the disciples sent out by the Chunyang school. In the last 100,000 years, no one from the Chunyang school had the same results as me in the 9 Seven Manners banquets. It had to be said that Zhen Pingfan's words shocked Duan Lingtian. In the Seven Manners banquet 10,000 years ago, this Elder Zhen actually didn't make it into the top 10? What shocked him the most was that Elder Yi Chenfeng also didn't make it into the top 10. Moreover, he was only ranked outside the top 20? What's going on? When Duan Lingtian looked at Zhen Pingfan again, the shock on his face was obvious. Their Chunyang school's number 1 person below the God Emperor level, a monstrous existence under 20,000 years old, and their Chunyang school's number 1 expert, also a monstrous genius under 20,000 years old, actually didn't make it into the top 10 in the Seven Manners banquet 10,000 years ago. Was the Seven Manners banquet so exaggerated? In the Seven Manners banquet 10,000 years ago, whether it was Zhen Pingfan or Yi Chenfeng, they actually didn't make it into the top 10? Facing Duan Lingtian's shock, Zhen Pingfan wasn't surprised at all. At the same time, he also guessed what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Are you thinking that with my and Martial Uncle Ye's current achievements, it's inconceivable that we didn't make it into the top 10 in the Seven Manners banquet 10,000 years ago? Zhen Pingfan asked with a smile. Duan Lingtian nodded. Zhen Pingfan shook his head and said, actually, whether it's me or Martial Uncle Yi, we only started to rise rapidly after 10,000 years. Especially Martial Uncle Yi. He came from a lower plane. When he participated in the Seven Manners banquet, he had just entered the God Emperor level, about the same as you now. Of course, I'm only talking about the same cultivation. At that time, Martial Uncle Ye's comprehension of the laws was not as good as yours. The reason he was able to make it into the top 20 in the Seven Manners banquet was because he had grasped the embryonic form of Sword Dao at that time. I can understand what you're thinking now. In fact, if you tell many people who don't know about this, they'll definitely be shocked as well. At this point, Zhen Pingfan paused for a moment before he continued, let me put it this way. Achievements before 10,000 years old don't represent achievements in a lifetime. 10,000 years ago, of the people who made it into the top 10 of the 7 prefectures feast, other than those who died by accident, none of the survivors were stronger than me, let alone compared to Martial Uncle Yi. My father often said that if I didn't take the wrong path before 10,000 years old, not to mention first place in the Seven Manners banquet, I would even have a chance to make it into the top 3. At that time, I was obsessed with comprehending multiple profundities of the laws at the same time because I wanted to break through the restrictions between the various laws and use multiple laws at the same time. However, in the end, my experiment failed because it was impossible to use multiple laws at the same time. Even for those who came from the lower planes, if they wanted to use multiple laws at the same time, they could only use their main body and their law avatars separately or use their law avatars and other law avatars separately. At this point, Jin Pingfan smiled bitterly. Even now, I don't understand why I was so busy with these things back then. Did I think I was better than everyone else in the world? That I was a genius? If it wasn't for that period of neglect, I would have already stepped into the intermediate God-Emperor realm. Young and frivolous, young and ignorant. At this point, Zhen Pingfan sighed repeatedly. Duan Lingtian was stunned. This elder Zhen actually had such a past when he was young before 10,000 years old? Researching multiple laws at the same time? In this world, it seemed like there was no one who could do this, right? Whether it was humans or other life forms, it was impossible. It was as if they were limited by the laws of heaven and earth. However, this elder Zhen actually went to research this? Was he crazy? Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not say this out loud. Otherwise, he was afraid he would be beaten to death by elder Zhen. He could only say that elder Zhen was too naive when he was young. As for junior Uncle Yi, he didn't take the wrong path like I did. However, as you know, he came from the lower planes. Moreover, he came from the mundane realm to the Devata realm. When he came to the Mystic Gangland, his foundation was weak and he had no advantage at all. It was only after he came to Chunyang School that his strength improved by leaps and bounds. In less than 20,000 years, he became an intermediate God-Emperor. Moreover, his strength is even stronger than the other intermediate God-Emperors in the sect, including my father. When Zhen Pingfan mentioned Yi Chen-feng, his expression was as complicated as it could be. Yi Chen-feng was actually about the same age as him. He had personally witnessed Yi Chen-feng's rapid growth. In the beginning, he still wanted to compete with Yi Chen-feng. However, after a while, he was defeated by Yi Chen-feng's speed of improvement. 10,000 years ago, Yi Chen-feng was not even as strong as him. After the Seven Mansions banquet, Yi Chen-feng's strength improved by leaps and bounds. Soon after, he caught up with Zhen Pingfan and left him behind. After that, he caught up with his father, Zhen Yunfeng. After that, he even surpassed his father, Zhen Yunfeng. In Zhen Pingfan's opinion, Yi Chen-feng was not only a monster, but he was also a complete freak. Elder Yi, Duan Lingtan looked at Yi Chen-feng, who was sitting cross-legged on the side of the flying ship. At this moment, Yi Chen-feng's eyes were closed. It was unknown if he was cultivating or just resting. He did not expect Elder Ye's strength 10,000 years ago was not even comparable to his current strength. Moreover, it was far from his current strength. I wonder how long it will take for me to reach Elder Ye's level and surpass him? When Duan Lingtian thought about this, his eyes shone with anticipation. During the rest of the journey, Duan Lingtian's heart was still in shock. People like Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chen-feng were actually trampled under the feet of a group of young geniuses from Tonglung province in the Seven Mansions banquet 10,000 years ago. Did the two of them have such an experience? Even if he knew the truth, he still could not calm down for a long time. Elder Zhen, what is the cultivation level of the top 10 people in the last Seven Mansions banquet? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Zhen Pingfan smiled disdainfully when he heard this. Of the top 10 people back then, only 8 are still alive. One of the top 3 is dead. The person in first place back then is now a lower God Emperor. Moreover, he only became a lower God Emperor 500 years ago. The person in third place is a higher God Emperor. It is said that he is about to break through to the lower God Emperor realm. However, that is only a rumor. I don't think it will be that easy. The two of them are not from Tonglung province. It is the person from the Heaven's Roar sect of the state capital of Qing who fought for an opportunity for the higher God Emperor of the Heaven's Roar sect. He was ranked 9th at the Seven Mansions banquet and has not broken through to the lower God Emperor realm yet. Chapter 4005. After hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. That was then and this was now. Perhaps, it was referring to Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chen-feng. 10,000 years ago, The two of them represented Tonglung Province's Chunyang School in the Seven Prefectures banquet, but they failed to make the top 10. How many people took them seriously? And now, 10,000 years later, in the Seven Prefectures, even those rare upper god emperors knew about Zhenping Fan and Yi Qianfeng. Especially Yi Qianfeng. 10,000 years ago, he wasn't even as eye-catching as Zhenping Fan. But 10,000 years later, when Yi Qianfeng's wind sword Dao appeared, who didn't know about him? Martial Uncle Yi. Zhenping Fan had just finished chatting with Duan Lingtian when he looked at Yi Qianfeng and said, "There's a city ahead. Tell Martial Uncle Lu and let's rest there for 2 days before setting off." Hearing Zhenping Fan's words, the eyes of the group of youngsters in the flying ship immediately lit up. They would also feel bored if they stayed in the flying ship for a long time. And in fact, it wasn't just these youngsters. Even Lan Jingming and the other old people actually supported this idea. However, they couldn't show it on the surface, so as to avoid giving others the impression that they were old and disrespectful. In fact, every 10,000 years, Chunyang School would participate in the Seven Prefectures banquet. They didn't directly rush over, but had a rest along the way. Okay. Almost at the instant Yi Qianfeng's voice fell, Yi Qianfeng opened his eyes and responded. Then he sent a message to Lu Fenggu, who was controlling the flying ship not far away. Naturally, Lu Fenggu agreed without hesitation. And when the people on the other side learned from Lu Fenggu that they would be resting in the city ahead for a few days, the group of youngsters was naturally overjoyed. Rest for a few days before setting off. Don't cause trouble during this time, Yi Qianfeng said indifferently. These words were also directed at everyone in the flying ship. Of course, our Chunyang School doesn't cause trouble, but we aren't afraid of trouble either. If you really want to die, don't be so courteous. However, it's best to reveal your identity first. If you still insist on seeking death after knowing that you're from Chunyang School, there's no need to be polite to them anymore. Yi Qianfeng looked like a gentleman, but in fact, he was a very strong and ruthless person, which could be seen from his words. In another spaceship, Lu Fenggu's words were even more direct. If anyone dares to cause trouble in the city ahead, get the hell out of here. If someone provokes you and reveals your identity, and the other party doesn't give you any face, there's no need for you to go easy on them. If you aren't a match for them, just call a few more people over. If you aren't a match for them, you can look for us. This was what Lu Fenggu said to the group of youngsters. Not long after, the people from Chunyang School entered the city ahead. This city was not small. After Duan Lingtian and the others from the Chunyang School entered, they quickly found out that this was a city controlled by a God-Emperor level force. However, this God-Emperor level force was just an ordinary God-Emperor level force in the state capital of Qing. There was only one God-Emperor level force in this force. Snow Forest City. This was also the name of the city that Duan Lingtian and the others were going to stay in. The people from Chunyang School disembarked from the God-Emperor level spaceship outside the city. Then, under the lead of Yi Qianfeng and Lu Fenggu, they entered the city. A large group of people walking into Snow Forest City naturally attracted a lot of attention. Even when they entered a spacious inn, Duan Lingtian could still sense that someone was following them. However, when the innkeeper of the inn found out about the identities of Duan Lingtian and the others, the people who were following them left. Elder Yi, Elder Lu, our clan leader has heard about your arrival and wishes to pay you a visit personally. Is it convenient for you? The patriarch said that all of you are seniors that he's admired for a long time. It's our Shui clan's honor that all of you are able to bring the geniuses of your esteemed sect to rest in our Shui clan's inn. Our Shui clan won't take even a single divine crystal. The innkeeper of the inn was from the Shui clan of Snow Forest City. When he found out about the identities of Duan Lingtian and the others, he sent a message back to his clan. The Shui clan was also shocked. Although the Shui clan was also an Emperor God level clan, they only had one newly ascended lower Emperor God. They could not compare to a lower Emperor God level sect like Chunyang School. In the eyes of the Shui clan, Chunyang School was a giant. This was especially so when they heard the news from Tonglung Province that Chunyang School's Yi Qianfeng had a full soul superior divine sword and his strength was comparable to a higher Emperor God. At that time, in the eyes of the Shui clan, Chunyang School was on the same level as the Howling Sky sect of the state capital of Qing. Let him come. Yi Chunfeng and Lu Fenggu looked at each other and finally nodded. Since the innkeeper was so enthusiastic, they did not want to turn down his good intentions. Moreover, if they refused, they could be said to be arrogant and look down on others. They were afraid that they would drag down Chunyang School's reputation. Seeing that Duan Lingtian and Lu Fenggu had agreed, the innkeeper became even more enthusiastic. He ordered the servants in the inn to arrange rooms for Duan Lingtian and the others. As for Yi Chunfeng, Lu Fenggu, and the other higher-ups of Chunyang School, the innkeeper personally arranged rooms for them. Although they were called rooms, they were actually individual courtyards. Duan Lingtian was also given a quiet courtyard. However, after staying in the courtyard for a while, Duan Lingtian decided to go out for a walk. Speaking of which, he had not been out for a long time. This time, after leaving Chunyang School, he had been in the spaceship. It was not easy for him to settle down in a completely unfamiliar city. He wanted to go out for a walk. In the end, when Duan Lingtian stepped out of the inn, he saw many young Chunyang School disciples coming out. Duan Ling, shall we go for a walk? Yi Yingkai followed Duan Lingtian out. When he saw Duan Lingtian standing at the entrance of the inn and looking around, he could not help but extend an invitation. Duan Lingtian did not refuse and nodded. He had only intended to walk around casually. If he had a companion, he might even be able to chat for a while. Moreover, Yi Yingkai was Yi Tong's disciple. Moreover, Yi Yingkai was not a bad person. Duan Lingtian did not reject him. At this time, the other Chunyang School disciples who wanted to invite Duan Lingtian to walk with them did not say anything when they saw that Yi Yingkai was one step ahead of them. Compared to Duan Lingtian's amiability, Yi Yingkai's indifference made them stop. Yi Yingkai is very cold to others. However, in front of Duan Lingtian, he is very amiable. A Chunyang School disciple said, "If you had Duan Lingtian's talent and comprehension, believe it or not, Yi Yingkai would look at you differently too. Rather than saying it's the reality, it's more accurate to say that Yi Yingkai is only willing to talk to people who are stronger than him. Let alone us. Even the disciples of the Hidden Sword branch have not seen him get close to any young people." Another Chunyang School disciple shook his head. With Duan Lingtian and Yingkai's hearing, they could hear the discussion between the Chunyang School disciples clearly even though they were some distance away. In response, Duan Lingtian could not help but glance at Yi Yingkai. Yi Yingkai, on the other hand, had an indifferent expression on his face. It was as though he did not take those words to heart. "Duan Lingnan, I heard from Grandmaster that you came from the mundane realm like Grandmaster?" Yi Yingkai did not seem to notice Duan Lingtian's gaze. He asked as though nothing had happened. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded in response. "Amazing." Yi Yingkai sighed. "The person I admire the most in my life is Grandmaster. It's because he came from the mundane realm. I went there on purpose. When I arrived, I found out that the cultivation environment there was worse than the rumors said. At that time, it was hard for me to imagine that a person like Grandmaster would come from such a backward place." Yi Yingkai paused for a moment before he continued, "Now, there's one more person I admire. It's you, Duan Lingnan. According to Grandmaster, even when Grandmaster was 10,000 years old, he was not as good as you are now. You're not even 3,000 years old. However, although you're faster than Grandmaster in the early stages, I don't think you're unreachable. After all, you're only a middle-level divine emperor now. In terms of cultivation base, you're not even as good as me." Yi Yingkai's eyes flashed as he said bluntly, "I see you as a target to surpass. I only hope that you, Duan Lingtian, won't be surpassed by me too quickly." Yi Yingkai's words were laced with confidence. It was as though he was deluding himself with confidence. "I can do it. I can definitely do it. I'll definitely surpass Duan Lingtian in the near future. I'll wait for you to surpass me." Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He could see that Yi Yingkai was using his confidence to influence him. Yi Yingkai's indomitable will was enough to make his future path much easier. At this time, if Yi Yingkai felt inferior to him, his strength would not inspire Yi Yingkai's desire to improve. Duan Lingtian and Yi Yingkai walked on the streets of Snow Forest City. Occasionally, they would see some shops. Duan Lingtian would enter any shop that might have something he wanted. On the other hand, Yin Kai did not seem to be interested in anything. He did not buy things occasionally like Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian felt that it was normal. For a genius like Yin Kai, he was probably focused on cultivation. He probably only knew about rare things. For example, it was normal for him to not be interested in the supplementary medicine that he was buying now. Brother Fu Chi, I didn't lie to you, right? There's really someone who looks exactly like you. When Yin Kai and Duan Lingtian saw one of the two people blocking their path, Duan Lingtian was stunned and came to a halt almost at the same time. The other person stared at Yin Kai and said to the young man beside him as if he was asking for credit. This young man was wearing a light green robe. He had a handsome face and a gentle temperament. This was not the main point. The main point was that he looked exactly like Yin Kai. No matter if it was the facial features or the expression, there was no difference. Only the temperament was very different. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Wasn't this too similar? If they were not twins, he would not believe it. They shouldn't be twins, right? Yin Kai was brought back by Elder Yi when he was still an infant. I didn't hear Elder Jin say that Yin Kai has a twin. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Chapter 4006. Duan Lingtian was in a daze. The green-robed youth opposite him was also in a daze as he stared at Yin Kai. Yin Kai himself was also in a daze as he stared at the youth. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. After a while, Yin Kai regained his senses. He looked at the youth in front of him and asked in a hoarse voice, "Who are you?" Fujit. At this moment, the youth opposite him who looked like Yin Kai also regained his senses and immediately responded to Yin Kai's question. The reason why Fu Chi responded to Yin Kai without any hesitation was because he felt a sense of familiarity from Yin Kai. It was as though he was not a stranger, but a family member. In fact, Yin Kai also felt the same way. If not, he would not have lost his composure. Why don't the two of you find a quiet place to talk? It's not very convenient on the streets, right? At this moment, Duan Lingtian also noticed that many people were looking at them. Some people even recognized the green-robed youth. Isn't that the genius of the Fu family, Fu Chi? Look, this white-robed youth looks exactly like Fu Chi. Oh my God, they really look exactly the same. They can't be twins, can they? Twins? Now that you mention it, it's possible. Back then, when Fu Chi's mother, the young mistress of the Fu family, brought him back, no one knew who his father was. Maybe his mother and father separated, and each of them had a son? 2 sons? Are they twins? More and more people gathered to watch. At this moment, after hearing Duan Lingtian's reminder, Yin Kai and Fu Chi regained their senses and left with Duan Lingtian and the other young woman. The person who brought Fu Chi over was a young woman who looked like she was in her early 20s. However, her real age was probably higher than that. Women like to be young and beautiful. With a good cultivation base, it was enough to keep one's youth forever and even regain one's youthfulness. It all depended on one's own wishes. Soon, Duan Lingtian and the other 3 arrived at a restaurant and booked a private room. The 4 of them sat around a table. Yin Kai was still looking at Fu Chi. I still have to tell Elder Yi about this matter. Duan Lingtian knew about Yin Kai's past from Zhen Pingfan. Zhen Pingfan had also reminded him not to tell Yin Kai about his background. This was also because Chunyang School had promised the Alliance of Benevolence and Justice that they would not nurture an enemy for the alliance. Duan Lingtian immediately sent a message to Yi Chenfeng, informing him of what had just happened and the current situation. Yi Chenfeng was silent for a moment before he asked, "Do you think they could be twins?" "That's hard to say, but it's very likely." Duan Lingtian didn't dare to say that Yin Kai and Fu Chi were twins. After all, it wasn't impossible for 2 people to look exactly the same in this world. However, because his wife, Kerr, had a twin sister in both the past and present life, and he had met other twins before, he felt that it was more likely that Yin Kai and Fu Chi were twins. "Elder Yi, if this is really Yin Kai's twin brother, he's very likely to know about his background," Duan Lingtian said to Yi Chenfeng. Yi Chenfeng quickly said, Let's just let nature take its course. Don't tell me we can forcibly separate them when they've already met. Won't that make him even more confused? Moreover, even if we separate them, if we don't eliminate the young man who looks like him, he'll find out about his background sooner or later. Duan Lingtian understood Yi Chenfeng's words. Let it go. Let nature take its course. After receiving Yi Chenfeng's reply, Duan Lingtian didn't say anything else. Since Yi Chenfeng didn't want to interfere, there was nothing for him to do either. Why do I feel that? Elder Yi isn't worried at all that Yi Inkai will find out about his background? Duan Lingtian looked puzzled. Moreover, even if this is really Yi Inkai's twin brother, would it be so coincidental that Yi Inkai and I met him here? Moreover, although Elder Zhen was the one who asked Elder Yi why we stopped in Snow Forest City, Elder Yi seemed to be the one who drove the spaceship in this direction. Even the patriarch of the tyrannical Saber clan followed our spaceship. When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian had an extremely terrified feeling. Could it be that all of this was instigated by Elder Yi? Secretly taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian sent a message to Zhen Pingfan and told him what had happened. Zhen Pingfan was silent for a moment before he said, "Actually, I suggested Junior Uncle Yi to stop and rest because he asked me to tell him. However, I didn't know why he did that at that time. If he wanted to rest, why didn't he just say so? Now, it seems like this is a trap. A trap to let Yi Chizai know about his background. Since Junior Uncle Yi said to let nature take its course, then let nature take its course. If I'm not mistaken, Junior Uncle Yi is most likely doing this to motivate Yi Chizai. I just don't know why he suddenly had this idea." As he spoke, Zhen Pingfan was a little confused. At this moment, in the courtyard of a guest room with an excellent location in the inn, a dignified old man dressed in brocade robes retreated. This old man was the clan leader of the Shui clan, a god emperor rank clan. He was a newly ascended lower god emperor. He had just finished visiting Yi Chenfeng. After the old man left, Yi Chenfeng returned to his room and sat cross-legged on his bed. His eyes shone brightly. Yang Qianye from the Pingxing clan has improved tremendously because of his father's death. If Inkai knows about his background, he will be more motivated. I, and even the Chunyang school, did not tell Inkai about his background. In the future, even if the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance wants to blame us, they can't blame the Chunyang school. All of this was indeed Yi Chenfeng's plan. Back then, after Yi Chenfeng had brought Yi Chizai back to the Pure Sun sect, he had deliberately investigated the family Yi Chizai belonged to, as well as Yi Chizai's relatives and friends. In the end, he found that Yi Chizai's mother was still alive. Moreover, there was a twin brother who was still alive. His mother brought him back to her family in the state capital of Qing, a god emperor rank family. A god emperor rank family in Snow Forest City. However, even though he knew this because of the agreement with the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance, he never planned to tell Yi Chizai the truth. He even ordered his disciple, Yi Tong, not to tell Yi Inkai the truth. Until the last time, when he saw Yang Qianye's improvement, by chance, under the reminder of his disciple, he made the decision today. Duan Lingtian watched the show from the side, listening to Yi Inkai and Fu Qi talk about their backgrounds. One was a genius disciple of the Chunyang school, a god emperor rank sect in Tongleng province. The other was a disciple of the Fu family, a god emperor rank family in the state capital of Qing. He took his mother's surname and did not know who his father was, nor did he hear his mother mention it. However, he knew that he had a twin brother. He heard from his mother that he had died an unnatural death. Moreover, his mother would often become taciturn because of his twin brother. Every year, on the same day, she would wear a set of plain clothes and avoid meat and fish. It was said that that day was the anniversary of his twin brother's death. "You have a twin brother?" Yi Chizai was shocked. "Next, should we go and meet Fu Qi's mother?" Duan Lingtian sat on the side, coldly watching the situation unfold. Just as he thought of this, Fu Qi indeed proposed to bring Yi Inkai to meet his mother. Yi Inkai naturally agreed without hesitation. After that, Duan Lingtian followed after him. "Hey, I still don't know your name." Yi Inkai walked in front with Fu Qi, while Duan Lingtian and the young lady beside Fu Qi followed behind. The young lady took the initiative to greet Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded to the lady. How should I address you, miss? I'm Fu Er. Brother Fu Qi, this is my cousin. Brother Fu Qi, he's my cousin, Fu Qi said with a smile. Fu Er was a talkative person. On the way to the Fu family, Duan Lingtian learned from her that she had seen Yi Yingkai and him first and then sent a message to Fu Qi to come over. After that, he knew what had happened and experienced it together. 7th Miss, Young Master Fu Qi. As a God-Emperor family, the Fu family's mansion was very spacious and occupied a large area of Snow Forest City. The gate was grand and there were 2 rows of guards in front of the gate, a total of 10 people. When they saw Fu Er and Fu Qi, they bowed respectfully. On the way, Duan Lingtian also learned from Fu Er that the Fu family had a very close relationship with the master of Snow Forest City, the God-Emperor family, the Shui family. It could even be said that the Fu family was a subsidiary family of the Shui family. In Snow Forest City, if the Shui family was the first, then the Fu family was the second. The current patriarch of the Fu family, Fu Er's uncle's wife, was the granddaughter of the current patriarch of the Shui family. The patriarch of the Shui family had many grandchildren but only one granddaughter, so he was especially fond of her. Mother. Duan Lingtian followed Fu Qi and Yitsai and saw Fu Qi's mother. She was a graceful and beautiful woman with a heroic spirit between her eyebrows. It could be seen that she was a heroine in her youth. She saw Yi Yingkai before Fu Qi introduced him. After a moment of daze, her beautiful face turned pale. Hello, madam. Yi Yingkai looked at the woman in front of him and his heart trembled. Was this his mother? Was he Fu Qi's twin brother who had been dead for many years? If he was, then didn't he find someone to marry? In the past, he had always thought that he was an orphan. From now on, the alliance of benevolence and righteousness will have one more enemy. Now Duan Lingtian could completely imagine Yi Yingsai's reaction when he confirmed that the mother and son in front of him were really his family. Chapter 4007. Yingsai's arrival at the Fu family was just as Duan Lingtian had expected. He found out about his identity and confirmed that he was Fu Qi's twin brother. Fu Qi's mother was also his mother. Their mother was called Fu Xiaofeng. She was an elder of the Fu family and the younger sister of the current head of the Fu family. She was also the only daughter of the head of the Fu family. A long time ago, Fu Xiaofeng had married into another God King clan in the Eastern Mountain Prefecture. However, because that God King clan was in trouble, Fu Xiaofeng's husband broke off their relationship and sent her away in order to protect her. No one knew that Fu Xiaofeng's husband, who was Yi Yingkai and Fu Qi's father, did not have a son but a pair of twins with Fu Xiaofeng. To avoid suspicion from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness, their father left Yi Yingkai behind. Fu Qi was taken away by Fu Xiaofeng and returned to the Fu family in the state capital of Qing. All these years, I thought that you had gone with your father. I really regret leaving you behind. I'm sorry. Fu Xiaofeng cried in front of Yi Yingkai. Fu Xiaofeng had never dreamt that she would be able to see her other child one day, the child who should have died thousands of years ago. Now, Yi Yingkai had also confirmed from Yi Chenfeng that he was saved by Yi Chenfeng after his family was destroyed. However, Yi Chenfeng did not tell him who destroyed his family. He only told him where he was saved. The place was exactly the same as what Fu Xiaofeng had told him. Mother. Unlike Fu Xiaofeng, Yingsai's eyes were red but his body was stiff. He did not know how to comfort his mother who had suddenly appeared in front of him. Mother, it's not your fault. Fu Qi spoke. Given the situation back then, only one of us could survive. Even now, if I were to go back in time, I would be willing to be the one who stayed. I believe that my little brother is not an unreasonable person. As Fu Qi spoke, he looked at Yi Yingkai, and his gaze became somewhat complicated. He also did not expect that this was actually his twin brother, the twin brother who should have died several thousand years ago. Child, what happened to you? How are you still alive? Did those bastards from the alliance of benevolence and righteousness adopt you? Fu Xiaofeng suddenly thought of this and her expression changed. Yi Yingkai shook his head. When he heard his mother mention the alliance of benevolence and justice, a murderous look flashed across his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly. Duan Lingtian, who was standing at the side, could clearly feel the killing intent emanating from Yingkai. Hearing Yi Yingkai's words, Fu Xiaofeng breathed a sigh of relief. Naturally, she couldn't help but ask about Yi Yingkai's situation over the years. When she found out that Yi Yingkai was saved by Yi Chenfeng, the ancestor of the Chunyang school's hidden sword lineage, and that he had entered the Chunyang school's hidden sword lineage, Fu Xiaofeng was both shocked and happy for her son. Beside him, Fu Qi and Fuya were also shocked at this moment. Especially Fuya. Fuya stared at Yi Yingkai with her mouth agape. Then she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Duan Lingyan, you are also a disciple of the Chunyang school? You are Duan Lingtian? At this moment, Fu Xiaofeng looked at Duan Lingtian. This young man in purple who came with her son whom she thought had died many years ago was actually the prodigy of the Chunyang school, Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian's reputation was not only known in Tonglung province. Even in the state capital of Qing, which was adjacent to Tonglung province, many people had heard of Duan Lingtian's name, including Fu Xiaofeng, the elder of the Fu family in Snow Forest City. Fu Xiaofeng heard about Duan Lingtian from her elder brother, who was the head of the family by chance. She found out that Duan Lingtian had defeated the prodigy of the younger generation in Tonglung province, Mochi Hong of the Mochi family. Greetings, madam. Duan Lingtian smiled and nodded at Fu Xiaofeng in greeting. Auntie, you know Duan Lingtian? Is he very famous? Fuya was a little surprised. Fu Qi, who was beside her, could not help but look at Duan Lingtian. Fu Xiaofeng shook her head and smiled. Have you heard of the prodigy of the Mochi family, Mochi Hong of the Tonglung province? In terms of reputation in the state capital of Qing, Mochi Hong, who used to be the prodigy of the younger generation in Tonglung province, was more famous than Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian had defeated Mochi Hong, it had only happened 10 years ago. Therefore, Duan Lingtian's reputation in the state capital of Qing was not as good as Mochi Hong's. I've heard of him. Fuya nodded. Mochi Hong of the Mochi family was the prodigy of the younger generation in Tonglung province. He was very famous a long time ago. Fu Qi nodded. Obviously, he knew Mochi Hong as well. Fu Xiaofeng continued. 10 years ago, in the Seven Kills Valley of Tonglung province, a young man who was not even 3,000 years old defeated Mochi Hong and became the prodigy of the younger generation in Tonglung province. Fuya and Fu Qi were naturally shocked when they heard Fu Xiaofeng's words. Fuya, in particular, had a look of disbelief on her face. Auntie, is this news true? Someone defeated Mochi Hong? Moreover, it was someone who was not even 3,000 years old? The prodigy of the younger generation in Tonglung province has changed? Why didn't I know about it? Fuya obviously could not accept this fact at that moment. Fu Qi, on the other hand, looked at Duan Lingtian. He knew his mother very well. If it was not related to the matter in front of them, his mother would not have suddenly brought up this matter at this time. However, Fu Qi guessed something but Fuya didn't. She continued to ask Fu Xiaofeng. You can ask your uncle and you'll know. Fu Xiaofeng looked at Fuya dotingly and said with a smile, instead of worrying about this, why don't you pay attention to why I suddenly brought this up at this time? And Fuya wasn't a stupid person. She was too shocked to react earlier. Now that her auntie had reminded her, she immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and widened her eyes. And you mean, Duan Lingtian is the person who defeated Mochi Hong 10 years ago? He is not even 3,000 years old, but he is already the prodigy of the younger generation in Tonglung province. Fuya's eyes widened as if she had just met Duan Lingtian. Fu Xiaofeng nodded. I heard that Duan Lingtian was the prodigy of Chunyang school. Now, my son is traveling with him as a disciple of Chunyang school. His name is Duan Lingtian, so it's obvious that they are the same person. Fu Xiaofeng looked at Yi Yingkai as she spoke. It's him. Yi Yingkai nodded. After his identity was exposed, and Fu Xiaofeng did not dare to treat Duan Lingtian as they did before. They treated Duan Lingtian as a guest of honor. In the end, Duan Lingtian could not take it anymore. He found an excuse and left the Fu family, leaving Yi Yingkai to reunite with his family. From now on, the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness will have an enemy from Chunyang School's hidden sword branch. Although this enemy is not strong, he has a powerful backer. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he thought of Yi Chenfeng. He had a feeling that this matter was related to Yi Chenfeng. Perhaps Yi Chenfeng was behind this. As for the purpose, perhaps it was to reunite Yi Yingkai with his family, or perhaps it was to give Yi Yingkai some pressure when he faced the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness, who had killed his father. But if it's the latter, I'm afraid the pressure will be too great, right? Although Yi Yingkai looked calm on the surface, Duan Lingtian knew that he was not calm on the inside. It was a good thing that he had found his family. But it was not a good thing to know that there was such a powerful enemy who had killed his father. After leaving the Fu family, Duan Lingtian walked around Snow Forest City, bought some things, and prepared to go back. Near the entrance of the inn, Duan Lingtian saw a person standing on the side of the road. After he returned, the person walked toward him. When the person walked over, Duan Lingtian recognized him. It was none other than Yang Qianye, whom he had met once at the Tianlong clan. Back then, people from the Chunyang school had come to the Tianlong clan to recruit him. Yang Qianye had led the team. At that time, there were a few other spirit void elders from the Chunyang school who had come with Yang Qianye. Qin Weiyang from the Yun Peak branch was one of them. That was also the first time Duan Lingtian had met Yang Qianye. As for the rumors, he had heard about Yang Qianye when he was still in the Hidden Fog sect. What's the matter? Seeing Yang Qianye walking toward him, Duan Lingtian paused and raised his eyebrows slightly. He knew that Yang Qianye was with him. When he was at the Chunyang school, he had seen Yang Qianye before he left. However, Yang Qianye was not in the same spaceship as him. Instead, Yang Qianye had boarded the spaceship controlled by the patriarch of the tyrannical saber branch, Lu Fenggu. The Pingsheng branch that Yang Qianye belonged to was closer to the tyrannical saber branch. The patriarch of the Pingsheng branch and Lu Fenggu of the tyrannical saber branch came from the same master, Duan Lingtian. Yang Qianye walked up to Duan Lingtian and said in a cold voice, "Tell Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, for me. One day, I will avenge my father with my own hands." Your father? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Yang Qianye's words. He remembered that Yang Qianye's father was Lan Qing, the sect leader of the Myriad Demon sect. Although they did not share the same surname, it was rumored that Lan Qing had given his only son the surname of his deceased wife to commemorate her death. Also, one day, I will defeat you. Yang Qianye looked at Duan Lingtian again. His deep gaze made Duan Lingtian feel that Yang Qianye was completely different from before. Even before they left, Duan Lingtian had noticed that Yang Qianye was very different from before. Now that Yang Qianye was standing in front of him, the feeling was even stronger. Chapter 4008. Duan Lingtian was still in a daze when Yang Qianye returned to the inn. What was going on with Yang Qianye? However, when Duan Lingtian saw Yang Qianye's figure disappearing at the entrance of the inn, he sent out a message as he walked into the inn. "Clan leader, is it convenient now?" Duan Lingtian sent a message to Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. "It's convenient." Long Qingchong quickly replied to Duan Lingtian. "What's the matter? Is something the matter? Now, according to the time, you should be heading to the mysterious Jade Mansion to participate in the Seven Mansions Feast, right?" Although the Tianlong clan was not qualified to participate in the Seven Mansions Feast, they knew that it would be held in the mysterious Jade Mansion. "I'm already on my way," Duan Lingtian said. "On your way?" In the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong's eyes lit up when he received Duan Lingtian's message. He smiled and said, "Duan Lingyan, with your strength, you should be able to enter the top 3 in the Seven Mansions Feast." "Clan leader, have you heard about what happened 10 years ago?" Duan Lingtian was not surprised, but he still asked out of politeness. After all, Even an elder of a divine emperor clan in the Qingzhou prefecture knew about what he did in the Seven Kills Valley 10 years ago. How could Long Qingchong not know about it, as the clan leader of the Tianlong clan, a divine emperor clan in Tonglong province? Of course, there was another possibility that Long Qingchong might not know about. That was, Long Qingchong had been in the emperor battle dimension for the past 10 years and had only come out today. In this case, Long Qingchong might not know. Of course, this was not very likely. After all, even in the Emperor Battle dimension, there were peace zones, such as Sky Dragon City and Peace City, where Long Qingchong could receive news of the outside world. Unless Long Qingchong only came out of the quasi-Emperor battlefield in the Emperor Battle dimension today. Heard? Long Qingchong laughed and said, "If I haven't heard of this, then I, as the clan head of the Tianlong clan, would be too ignorant." At this moment, Long Qingchong had a complicated look in his eyes. Although he knew that Duan Lingtian was not ordinary and that he was an outstanding prodigy even in Chunyang School and had a chance to represent Chunyang School in the Feast of the Seven Prefectures and take one of the top 10 places, he was still a genius. Of course, it was only a possibility and not absolute. What he didn't expect was that not long after Duan Lingtian went to Chunyang School, with the support of Chunyang School, he became a medium divine emperor. 2 years after he had broken through to become a mid-level god emperor, he had defeated Mochi Hong in the Seven Kills Valley. Mochi Hong was no stranger to Long Qingchong. He was the most talented person in the history of the Mochi family, one of the top 5 forces in Tonglong province. He was also the pride of the Mochi family and the #1 person among the younger generation in Tonglong province. The #1 person under 10,000 years old. However, such a person had been defeated by Duan Lingtian. The prodigy from the Tianlong clan had defeated Mochi Hong. Duan Lingtian smiled when he heard that. Then he got to the point. "Sect leader, have you been paying attention to the Million Demons sect recently? Did something happen to the sect leader of the Million Demons sect?" Duan Lingtian did not directly mention the message that Yang Qianye had asked him to pass on. Instead, he made a guess. "You've heard about it too?" Long Qingchong's tone suddenly changed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "No, if you've heard about it, you wouldn't ask me this. The sect leader of the Million Demons sect, Lan Qing, is dead." Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn when he heard Long Qingchong's words. Could it be the death of Lan Qing, the sect leader of the Myriad Devil sect, that caused such a drastic change in Yang Qianye? "Duan Ling, why are you suddenly asking about this?" Long Qingchong asked. Duan Lingtian no longer hesitated when he heard that. He told Long Qingchong what had happened earlier. "Yang Qianye came to you and asked you to tell me that he'll avenge his father with his own hands one day?" Long Qingchong repeated when he heard that. Then he smiled faintly. "It seems like he also thinks that I killed his father." "Sect leader, what's going on?" Duan Lingtian asked with a slight frown. "Lan Qing was killed. The Million Demons sect is saying that I killed Lan Qing." Long Qingchong said. "If I tell you that it wasn't me, would you believe me?" Long Qingchong asked. "Sect leader, what's going on? Why would the Million Demons sect say that you killed their sect leader?" Duan Lingtian was even more confused. "It said that there's a floating image pearl that recorded the scene of me killing Lan Qing. However, the problem is that the person in the floating image pearl didn't reveal his true appearance. He only revealed his figure under his robe and the power of the law he used to attack." Long Qingchong said. "If it was an ordinary person who saw the floating image pearl's reflection of me in the past, they might think that it was me because the person's attack was very similar to mine in the past. However, only those who know me well know that I'm no longer as ostentatious as before when I attack. The profundities that I've comprehended are from ostentatious to reserved. However, since that person did that, it's obvious that he wanted to pretend to be me to kill Lan Qing, the sect leader of the Million Demons sect. As for his motive, I've been investigating it recently, but I couldn't find anything. What's the point of slandering me for killing the sect leader of the Million Demons sect? Could it be that he wanted Yang Qianye to hold a grudge and avenge his father? Or perhaps he wanted the powerhouse from Chunyang School behind Yang Qianye to kill me for him to avenge his father?" Although Long Qingchong's tone was calm, Duan Lingtian could hear the anger in his voice. When Duan Lingtian finished listening to his words, he, naturally, could understand his feelings. It's not that I, Long Qingchong, am boasting. If I really wanted to kill Lan Qing, the sect leader of the Million Demon sect, I wouldn't have to hide. Moreover, if I really wanted to kill Lan Qing, do you think I would act so ostentatiously? Would everyone be able to guess that I was the culprit? Recently, I've been investigating who's pretending to be me. However, until now, I haven't found any useful clues. There's also the so-called floating image pearl that recorded me killing the sect leader of the Million Demon sect. Actually, if I think about it carefully, there's a problem. Since there's no third party present, why would there be such a floating image pearl? Did Lan Qing leave it behind himself? He knew he was going to die, so he used the floating image pearl to record everything? If Lan Qing left it behind, why wouldn't the other party discover it? If the other party was hiding, why would he leave behind a floating image pearl that recorded him killing Lan Qing? In any case, if I really was that person, I wouldn't have left behind such a floating image pearl. Of course, it's impossible that I didn't discover it. Speaking up to this point, Long Qingchong paused for a moment before continuing, and if that floating image pearl wasn't left behind by Lan Qing, could it have been left behind by the person who killed him? That person is hiding his head and tail. Clearly, he doesn't want to reveal his identity. Under such circumstances, why would he leave such a floating image pearl and let others guess his identity? There are too many loopholes in this matter. As long as you calm down and think about it, it won't be hard to figure it out. Duan Lingtian, help me pass a message to Yang Qinya. I, Long Qingchong, said I didn't kill his father, so I didn't kill his father. If he doesn't believe me, he can come to the Tianlong clan to find me. In his eyes, I can make a move in front of him and dispel the doubts in his heart. Also, tell him that I'll continue to investigate this matter. Although I, Long Qingchong, am not a big shot in Tongling province, I won't take the blame for someone else for no reason. Long Qingchong paused again before continuing. Of course, if he doesn't believe me and insists on avenging his father, he can do as he pleases. I, Long Qingchong, don't take the initiative to cause trouble, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of trouble. Duan Lingtian agreed without hesitation. After a short while, Duan Lingtian stopped walking toward the courtyard where he was staying. He was going to look for Yang Qinya and tell him the message that Long Qingchong had asked him to. However, as he was walking back, Duan Lingtian suddenly remembered that he did not know which guest room Yang Qinya was staying in. He only knew that the group of Chunyang school disciples who had followed Yi Chenfeng were staying on the right side of the inn's backyard. On the other hand, the group of disciples who had followed Lu Fenggu were staying on the left side of the inn's backyard. Now that he had come to the left side, he did not know what to do next. He did not know where Yang Qinya was staying. However, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw a person walking out of the courtyard in front of him. He quickly walked up to the person. Duan Lingtian? The person was stunned when he saw Duan Lingtian. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze and asked, "Are you looking for me?" Naturally, as soon as he finished speaking, he thought it was impossible. He did not know Duan Lingtian. Why would Duan Lingtian look for him? Senior brother. Duan Lingtian greeted the person with a smile. Do you know which guest room Yang Qinya from Pingxing's branch is staying in? Duan Lingtian, don't call me senior brother. I don't deserve it. The Chunyang school disciple who was stopped by Duan Lingtian was a young man. When he heard Duan Lingtian call him senior brother, he quickly waved his hand to stop him. In Chunyang school, the strong are respected. If we are not from the same branch, even if we are of the same generation, I should call you senior brother. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man pointed the way for Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he looked at the courtyard in front of him and said, Yang Qinya is staying in that room. Thank you. Duan Lingtian thanked him again and again. Then, under the young man's gaze, he walked over to the courtyard. Duan Lingtian is going to look for Yang Qinya? The young man was puzzled. Didn't Duan Lingtian not get along with Yang Qinya when he was in the Tianlong clan? They can't be friends, right? On the other side, Yang Qinye was also surprised by Duan Lingtian's visit, but his attitude was still cold. "What's the matter? Aren't you going to invite me in?" Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. As for Yang Qinye, after frowning, he opened the door of the courtyard and walked in first. He didn't have any awareness of welcoming guests. Of course, he did not treat Duan Lingtian as a guest. Chapter 4009. If you have something to say, just say it. You've interrupted my cultivation. In the past, Yang Qinye was extremely hostile to Duan Lingtian. It was to the extent that after his childhood friends, Du Pejuan and Du Qianjun, died one after another because of Duan Lingtian, he even thought of killing Duan Lingtian to avenge them. However, there was an even greater hatred in his heart now. He wanted to avenge his father. The enemy he was currently targeting was Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan. In front of Long Qingchong, who had killed his father, Duan Lingtian seemed insignificant. "I've just communicated with Long Qingchong, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan." Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. "Did you pass on my message?" Yang Qinye's eyes were slightly cold. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "That's good," Yang Qinye replied indifferently. Yang Qinye faintly replied, "If you dare to kill, you must be prepared to be killed. He won't wait for long." Based on his words, it was clear he was very confident in his strength. Duan Lingtian ignored Yang Qinye's cold gaze and said, "Clan leader Long Qingchong asked me to tell you that he didn't kill your father. If he really wanted to kill your father and hide his identity, he wouldn't have left such obvious traces behind. Moreover, he said his profundities from the law are no longer comparable to the profundities he had in the past. The profundities of the law that the person who killed your father used to be similar to the profundities he had when he attacked many years ago. He asked me to tell you that you can verify it yourself. Also, the floating image pearl that recorded him killing your father, as well as the fact that he hid his identity and intentionally exposed himself. Based on what he said, don't you have any doubts? Lastly, he asked me to tell you that if you still think he killed your father and want to seek revenge, he'll be waiting for you at any time." Duan Lingtian paused for a moment before he said indifferently, "Yang Qinye, I don't have to say anything. However, I want to tell you something. It's best if you investigate the truth before you make a decision. Otherwise, even if you kill sect leader Long Qingchong in the future and think that you've avenged your father, what if the truth isn't so? Do you want to let the real culprit go unpunished?" After saying this, Duan Lingtian turned around and left without waiting for Yang Qinye's response. He felt that he had said enough. As for what Yang Qinye wanted to think, it was his own business. Duan Lingtian left just like that. Naturally, Yang Qinye didn't send him off. However, after Duan Lingtian's words, Yang Qinye's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he strangely discovered that his heart, which could only calm down when he was cultivating, had strangely calmed down. The memories that he didn't want to recall in the past began to surface in his mind. Due to Duan Lingtian's reminder, he began to think about the process of his father's death. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that there were indeed many suspicious points. If it's not Long Qingchong, who could it be? Although Yang Qinye was eager to seek revenge, it did not mean that he was crazy. Previously, he was so focused on revenge because he valued his father's death too much. However, Duan Lingtian's words finally calmed him down. Duan Lingtian did not care about what would happen to Yang Qinye in the future. This was because he knew that he could not change anything. The decision was in Yang Qinye's hands. However, based on the fact that Yang Qinye had been able to cultivate until now, it was clear that he was not a fool and knew what to do. In the next few days, Duan Lingtian did not leave the inn. He stayed in the inn and cultivated until the people from the Chunyang school left Snow Forest City and set off for the Seven Mansions banquet, the mysterious Jade Mansion. From now on, there will be no rest. Yi Chenfeng's words reverberated in everyone's ears. Focus, especially those who are going to participate in the Seven Mansions banquet. You will soon be competing with the geniuses of the Seven Mansions. I don't expect all of you to make it into the top 10 or top 30. However, as long as you can make it into the top 100, you will be rewarded handsomely. This time, there were a total of 66 young disciples from the Chunyang school. Divided among each branch, there were more than 3 people. These 66 people were all celestial emperors under the age of 10,000 in the Chunyang school. 66 celestial emperors under the age of 10,000. If this was in the Tanglong province, it would be unthinkable for an ordinary celestial emperor sect. For example, the heavenly dragon sect that Duan Ling Tian had been in previously did not have many divine emperors below the age of 10,000 years old. They could be counted with one's fingers. However, in the Chunyang school, which was also a celestial emperor sect, there were more than 60 of them. Of course, most of the 66 people were only lower celestial emperors. They were participating in the 7 Mansions banquet because they wanted to participate. They wanted to show off the strength of the younger generation in the Chunyang school. In the beginning, the 7 Mansions banquet was only for the geniuses of the various celestial emperor sects to compete for the slots. However, in the end, other than the slots, the 7 Mansions banquet was also a way to show off the strength of the younger generation. A powerful force could only prosper if the younger generation was strong enough. Otherwise, even if a high-level god emperor was born, it would only be able to protect the force it belonged to for a few thousand years, or even 10,000 years. If no new high-level god emperor was born during this period of time, that force would also decline. Duan Lingtian Yichitsai, is this really related to the Fu family? Zhen Pingfan walked over to Duan Lingtian and asked curiously. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was also looking at Yichitsai. Yichitsai was sitting cross-legged in a corner of the spaceship. He did not close his eyes to rest. Instead, he was in a daze as though he had lost his soul. Compared to the state he was in when he was with the Fu family and Duan Lingtian, he was in a much worse state. Yichitsai has found his biological mother. Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice to Zhen Pingfan. At that time, his twin brother showed up and stopped us on the streets of Snow Forest City. Does he know the truth? Zhen Pingfan raised an eyebrow and asked. Of course he knows. Duan Lingtian said. This matter should be arranged by Junior Uncle Yi. Zhen Pingfan said, I've been thinking about it for the past few days. Why did Junior Uncle Yi ask me to remind him to go to Snow Forest City to rest? I even suspect that Junior Uncle Yi is secretly adding fuel to the fire for Yichitsai to reunite with his mother and brother. Duan Lingtian deeply agreed with Zhen Pingfan's words. However, he did not say anything because it was inappropriate. However, Junior Uncle Ye's move is quite amazing. In the future, even if the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness finds out that Yichitsai knows the truth, they can't blame Junior Uncle Yi or Chunyang School. Even if they suspect that Junior Uncle Yi did it on purpose. Zhen Pingfan paused and frowned. But why did Junior Uncle Yi reveal Yichitsai's identity at this time? Isn't this to put pressure on him? Duan Lingtian, can you figure it out? Zhen Pingfan asked Duan Lingtian. From the beginning to the end, he seemed to be communicating with Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. However, he was actually talking to himself. Maybe it's to put pressure on him so that he can improve himself? Duan Lingtian guessed. This was also his previous guess. If that's the case, isn't the pressure too great? Zhen Pingfan smiled bitterly. The other party is the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness. Moreover, Junior Uncle Yi and even the sect would definitely not stand up for him. After all, he hadn't even entered Chunyang School when the accident happened. The Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness spared his life back then because they were giving face to Junior Uncle Yi and Chunyang School. In fact, Duan Lingtian had already thought of Zhen Pingfan's words. Elder Zhen, I think that if you're really curious, you should ask Elder Yi. Duan Lingtian smiled and transmitted his voice. Seeing that Duan Lingtian's eyes were rolling, Zhen Pingfan said grumpily, I think you're very curious too, aren't you? But I'm really curious too. I'll ask him. After a while, Zhen Pingfan looked at Yi Chenfeng. After about 10 breaths, Zhen Pingfan's gaze returned to Duan Lingtian, who had been staring at him all this time. Duan Lingtian also asked subconsciously, What do you think? Zhen Pingfan's gaze was a little strange at this time, but he did not hide it. According to Junior Uncle Ye's words, It was Yi Tong's idea. Of course, Yi Tong came up with the idea, and Junior Uncle Yi agreed. That's why today's incident happened. The reason why Yi Tong came up with this idea is related to a person. You know that person too. Zhen Pingfan said. Duan Lingtian asked subconsciously. Zhen Pingfan's eyes flashed. Yang Qianye from Ping Xing's faction. Yang Qianye. Hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but be startled. What does it have to do with him? Junior Uncle Yi said that Yi Tong told him. Yang Qianye worked hard to improve himself after his father was killed, and not long ago he successfully broke through to the middle level of the Divine Emperor realm. Zhen Pingfan could not help but sigh. Although I saw Yang Qianye before, I didn't pay much attention to him. I didn't expect him to break through to the middle level of the Divine Emperor realm in such a short time. Speaking of which, in our generation of Chunyang school, including Junior Uncle Yi and me, no one can surpass you and him in breaking through to the middle level of the Divine Emperor realm. It's too fast. If it weren't for you, he would be the fastest person in Chunyang school to break through to the middle level of the Divine Emperor realm. After hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian was also stunned. Yang Qianye had broken through to the middle level of the Divine Emperor realm? No wonder he felt that Yang Qianye had changed a lot when they met. Not only had his temperament changed, but he had also changed mysteriously. He did not expect that he had broken through. No wonder he was so confident that he could kill Long Qingchong, the clan master of the Tianlong clan, and avenge his father. Yang Qianye's comprehension of the profound law is not weak. He has broken through to the middle level of the Divine Emperor realm, and I'm afraid his strength is not much worse than Yi Qizai's. After saying this, Zhen Pingfan glanced at Yi Qizai, who was still absent-minded. Chapter 40:10. Duan Lingtian really didn't know that Yang Qianye had broken through to the Middle God Emperor realm. Now that he knew, he was still amazed. It turned out that a person could stimulate such amazing potential under the spur of hatred. Duan Lingtian had heard of Yang Qianye's talent when he was still in the Hidden Fog sect. However, breaking through to the Middle God Emperor realm was not something that could be done with the talent he had shown before. What he didn't expect was that Elder Yi Tong of the Hidden Sword faction saw that Yang Qianye's amazing potential had been stimulated and entered the Middle God Emperor realm in advance. Therefore, he wanted to let his disciple, Yi Qizai, know about his background. More importantly, Yi Tong looked for his master, Yi Chenfeng, and Yi Chenfeng cooperated with him to make arrangements. Now, Yi Qizai knew about his background. He also knew that he had killed his father and his clan. Moreover, his enemy was the alliance of benevolence and righteousness. I hope he can bear it. If he can bear it, he might be able to soar into the sky in the future. If he can't bear it, I'm afraid he'll be crippled. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. On second thought, he remembered that he had also been spurred on all this time. Rescuing Kerr from the world of divine offering was the biggest spur for him. Now that he knew that Kerr was trapped in the world of divine offering, he had to be strong enough to find Kerr. Now, even if he entered the world of divine offering, although it wouldn't be as dangerous as the last time he came to the profound Handle Land, it would still be difficult for him. In the world of divine emperors, there were as many divine kings as dogs. Even god emperors could be found everywhere in the world of divine offering. If he was unlucky, he might even encounter a godly venerable. But I can't even take care of my own business. Why should I care about other people's business? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian laughed self-deprecatingly. Then, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. Inside the spaceship, although the cultivation environment was not as good, he could definitely immerse himself in cultivation. Therefore, before this cultivation, Duan Lingtian also told Zhen Pingfan not to let anyone disturb his cultivation until they reached their destination. When Zhen Pingfan heard this, he immediately agreed. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, what a hard-working kid. At least Yin Kai really can't compare to him. If he has the time to daydream, he might as well spend it on cultivation. As long as he has sufficient strength, he might be able to avenge his father and family. Can he avenge his father by being in a daze? Thinking of this, Zhen Pingfan glanced at Yi Qizai, who was still in a daze, and shook his head. The journey that he borrowed was calm and peaceful. In fact, even if they encountered some obstacles along the way, as long as Yi Qianfeng and Lu Fenggu displayed their strength, no one would dare to stop them. Right now, they were still walking in the 7 prefectures. In the 7 prefectures, there was no news of an ultimate god expert. Even if there was an ultimate god expert, it was basically impossible for them to stay in the 7 prefectures. On the other hand, there were some hidden upper god emperors. However, those hidden experts, without exception, were all trying to break through to the ultimate god realm. How would they have the time to go out and cause trouble? It was meaningless to them. Generally, those who would intercept passers-by were relatively ordinary people. Occasionally, there would be a lower god emperor in a group, which was already very shocking. This middle god emperor cultivation base is still a little bit away from completely stabilizing. Hopefully, it will be smoothly stabilized before the 7 prefectures feast. The middle god emperor cultivation base was harder to stabilize than Duan Lingtian expected. Even if he didn't lack ultimate divine pills, he still needed time. Time was still too tight. Little Tian, it's not good to be so impatient when you're cultivating. Just when Duan Lingtian realized that he couldn't completely calm down to cultivate and was getting frustrated at the thought of how difficult it would be to stabilize his cultivation base before the 7 prefectures feast, a familiar yet distant voice pulled him out of his anxious state of cultivation. This voice, Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. Sister Water? You've recovered? He recognized the owner of the voice. It was one of the 5 divine elements in his body, the world-cleansing divine water. It was the world-cleansing divine water that had fallen into a deep slumber. After the 5 divine elements had helped him cross over to the realm battlefield in the past, they had exhausted themselves and fallen into a deep slumber. After he came to the Shengang land, the little world in his body had been closed at all times for fear of being discovered. It was not until he broke through to the God Emperor realm that he opened a small opening. He thought that if the 5 divine elements woke up, they would be able to contact him immediately. With his God Emperor cultivation base, it would be difficult for even a God Emperor to discover anything about him, unless a God Emperor unscrupulously probed him. However, if a God Emperor unscrupulously probed him, he would be able to sense it. He would have enough time to close the little world in his body and prevent it from being exposed to the God Emperor. Duan Lingtian had been waiting for the 5 divine elements to wake up. First, it was because they had fallen because of him. Second, it was because their existence gave him some peace of mind. Their existence would eventually become a trump card for him. A trump card that could turn the tables at a critical moment. And today it had finally come. Since the world-cleansing divine water had woken up, the other 5 divine elements should have woken up as well, right? Even if they hadn't woken up yet, they should be waking up soon, right? I've recovered a little for now. The world-cleansing divine water's voice sounded a little weak. It will take at least a few hundred years or even 1,000 years to fully recover. I'm only waking up now because I've recovered a little. Moreover, I had discussed with them that I would wake up first to check on you. I didn't expect you to become a medium God Emperor in such a short time. Amazing. The world-cleansing divine water had once possessed the divine tree of life in one of the realms of gods. She had seen many prodigies in the realms of gods. It was clear that Duan Lingtian's cultivation had improved at a rapid pace. Sister Water, you didn't wake up just to praise me, right? He would be lying if he said he was not touched by the world-cleansing divine water's praise. However, he was still disappointed when he learned that the 5 divine elements would not fully awaken. I'm just following everyone's wishes to see how you're doing, the world-cleansing divine water said with a smile. The world-cleansing divine water said with a smile. Her voice was still as intelligent as ever, as if she was a caring big sister. I'm in a hurry to consolidate my cultivation base as a medium God Emperor. Duan Lingtian sighed. After a period of time, there'll be a martial competition called the Seven Prefectures Grand Banquet. If I'm able to seize first place, it would be extremely beneficial to me, and my future path would be even smoother. However, if I can't consolidate my cultivation base, I'm not confident I'll be able to win first place. This was the problem Duan Lingtian was facing. Relax. I'll observe your cultivation base. The world-cleansing divine water said. Duan Lingtian, naturally, would not allow anyone to observe him. However, since the world-cleansing divine water wanted to observe him, he did not hesitate at all. If the world-cleansing divine water wanted to harm him, she could have done so many times in the past. There was no need for her to wait until now. After a while, the world-cleansing divine water's energy circulated through Duan Lingtian's meridians. During this process, Duan Lingtian felt a refreshing sensation in his body. It was a comfortable feeling. In fact, at that moment, his heart instantly calmed down. He was no longer impatient, and it was as if he had forgotten all his worries. His entire body relaxed. Duan Lingtian only regained his senses when he heard the world-cleansing divine water again. Little Tian, it's not impossible for you to consolidate your cultivation base in a short time. However, I can't guarantee it'll work. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. He could not help but ask anxiously, Sister Water, do you have any ideas? We'll help you. The world-cleansing divine water said, I'll awaken them since they haven't fully recovered. I'll mobilize our 5 elements energy and merge it with your divine energy to help you consolidate your cultivation base. This way, you'll be able to consolidate your cultivation base much faster. However, I can't guarantee you'll be able to consolidate your cultivation base before the 7 Mansions banquet. After all, I don't know when the 7 Mansions banquet will be held. As soon as the world-cleansing divine water finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's first reaction was not to tell the world-cleansing divine water when the 7 Mansions banquet would be held. Instead, he was worried if the world-cleansing divine water helped him in advance. Sister Water, if you help me like this, I'm afraid you'll have to expend a lot of energy, right? Duan Lingtian asked. It's fine. The world-cleansing divine water said, it's just a small matter to us. In fact, we'll only need to use 10% of our energy that we've recovered over the years to assist you. You're only an intermediate celestial emperor now, and you've already consolidated your cultivation base. If you've just become a high-level celestial emperor and need our help to consolidate your cultivation base, we'll have to use all the energy we've recovered over the years to assist you. The world-cleansing divine water chuckled when she finished speaking. You don't have to be so pretentious. Don't forget, it's also a good thing for us if you become stronger as soon as possible. If it's something else, I'll ask for their opinion. However, for this matter, I'll speak up on their behalf since they won't refuse. Now, I just want to know when the 7 Mansions banquet will be held? The world-cleansing divine water asked. Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian finally felt at ease. He could accept this outcome. He would never agree to let the efforts of the 5 divine elements go to waste. Following that, Duan Lingtian told the world-cleansing divine water the date of the 7 Mansions banquet. Sister Water, will we be able to make it in time? Duan Lingtian asked after telling him the time. Chapter 40:11. More or less. The world-cleansing divine water pondered for a moment before replying to Duan Lingtian's question. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian was overjoyed. I'll go talk to them now and get them to cooperate with me to help you cultivate. After this, I won't divert my attention to talk to you anymore. It's the same for them. If they divert their attention, they'll use up even more energy. After saying this, the world-cleansing divine water left. Duan Lingtian could see with his own eyes that the world-cleansing divine water had transformed into the energy of water. It was obvious that the world-cleansing divine water was interacting with the 5 divine elements. Soon after, the 5 divine elements seemed to have reached a consensus. The 5 divine elements' energy surged out of the opening in Duan Lingtian's little world. In just a blink of an eye, the energy merged with his body. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He calmed down and began to cultivate. With the help of the 5 divine elements and the world-cleansing divine water, he did not doubt he would be able to consolidate his cultivation base before the 7 prefectures' grand banquet. Duan Lingtian completely forgot about the time as he cultivated. When the 5 divine elements' energy surged out, it carried with it the rich spirit energy from Duan Lingtian's little world. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not have to worry about the environment in the flying boat affecting his cultivation base. Normally, Duan Lingtian would not dare to do this since it would reveal the secret of his little world. However, with the 5 divine elements' energy concealing the spirit energy in his little world, he did not have to worry about the spirit energy leaking out. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was cultivating. Since Zhen Pingfan was by Duan Ling's side, no one could disturb Duan Ling. In fact, even if Zhen Pingfan was not around, the bystanders would not be so blind as to disturb Duan Lingtian when they saw he was cultivating, especially when they knew he was a seeded candidate from the Pure Sun sect this time. While the people from Chunyang School were making their way to the 7 prefectures' grand banquet, many people from other forces were making their way to the profound Jade Mansion as well. There were also some people from other forces who had just set off. Tonglung Province. Mochi Clan. Whoosh! A spaceship broke through the sky and left the Mochi family. Within the spaceship, a group of people were scattered all over the place. This spaceship was slightly larger than an ordinary spaceship. It was also a specially made celestial Thearch-grade spaceship. The Mochi family had requested a powerful divine weapon master who had a good relationship with their ancestor to refine it using the inheritance of a powerful divine weapon master. The speed of this celestial Emperor-grade spaceship wasn't any slower than an ordinary celestial Emperor-grade spaceship. However, the space inside it was much larger than an ordinary celestial Emperor-grade spaceship. This time, the leader of the Mochi clan's 2 great gold seat elders, Mochi Yuning, was personally leading the team to the 7 prefectures feast. That's right, the head of the 2 golden seat elders. The reason for that was because the Mochi clan's golden seat elder, Mochi Ju, had died some time ago. Mochi Yuning was also the strongest person in the Mochi family. In addition to his high seniority, he personally led the team. The interior of the spaceship was quiet and peaceful. Even if others wanted to communicate, they would do so through voice transmissions. This was because they noticed that Mochi Yuning's complexion was not good. As for why Mochi Yuning's expression was so unsightly, the crowd had a slight understanding of it. It was because their Mochi clan's ancestor had not only met Mochi Hong before they departed, but he had also spoken a few words with him. When the old ancestor was facing Mochi Hong, he still had a smile on his face. However, when they boarded the spaceship and saw Mochi Hong sitting cross-legged at the corner of the spaceship with his eyes closed, the old ancestor's complexion instantly turned gloomy. The old ancestor must have thought of old ancestor Mochi Ju. An elder of the Mochi family sent a voice transmission to an acquaintance of his who was also an elder of the Mochi family. That's normal. The latter nodded. The death of old ancestor Mochi Ju is not only a huge blow to our Mochi family, but it's also a huge blow to the old ancestor. I'm afraid the old ancestor is also worried that after the 7 prefectures feast, even if Mochi Hong gets the opportunity, he still won't be able to make a breakthrough to the upper-level Celestial Emperor realm. You also know that if he doesn't make a breakthrough soon, the upper-level Celestial Emperor realm will reach the end of his lifespan. In the entire spaceship, the members of the Mochi aristocrat clan, from the few lower-level god emperors of the Mochi aristocrat clan to the outstanding younger generation of the Mochi aristocrat clan, were all chatting through voice transmissions. The silence in the spaceship was broken when the old man standing at the front, who was also the leader of the group, the golden seat elder of the Mochi family, Mochi Yuning, opened his mouth. Little Hong, I forgot to ask you earlier. Have you completely consolidated your cultivation base? Mochi Yuning turned around and looked at the young man sitting cross-legged at the corner of the spaceship. The young man was originally sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed as he cultivated. When he heard Mochi Yuning's voice, he immediately opened his eyes. At the same time, he stood up and said respectfully, "Old ancestor, I didn't disappoint your expectations." Mochi Yuning immediately smiled when he heard Mochi Hong's words. Good. Very good. Good. Great. Now that you've consolidated your cultivation base as a upper-level celestial emperor, it won't be difficult for you to make it to the top 3 in the 7 prefectures feast. Perhaps, you can even defeat Duan Lingtian and avenge your humiliation. Mochi Yuning smiled brightly. Duan Lingtian has only been a middle-level celestial emperor for about 10 years. It's no different from wishful thinking for him to consolidate his cultivation base as a middle-level celestial emperor. Even if the Chunyang school is willing to do everything to help him, and his talent is not weak, the time is too short after all. It's impossible for him to consolidate his cultivation base as a middle-level celestial emperor. With his strength, if he can't consolidate his cultivation base, he won't be able to improve much. Last time, you were defeated by him. This time, you defeated him, in front of Yi Chen-feng. This time, there are 2 leaders from the Chunyang school, and one of them is Yi Chen-feng. When Mochi Yuning mentioned Yi Chen-feng, a cold light flashed in his eyes, but more than that, there was fear. The moment Yi Chen-feng used the upper-level divine sword, he knew that he, who could barely fight against Yi Chen-feng in the past, was no longer Yi Chen-feng's opponent. If they fought, he might lose within 10 moves. Yi Chen-feng. Hearing Mochi Yuning's words, raging flames of hatred burst forth from Mochi Hong's eyes. He was unable to restrain himself. Work hard, and you might be able to avenge your ancestor in the future. Mochi Yuning said these words to Mochi Hong through sound transmission. He couldn't encourage Yi Chen-feng openly. If there were people from the Pure Sun sect present, and Yi Chen-feng knew about this, he might choose to eliminate them completely. If that happened, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the Mochi family. Now, unless a high-level God Emperor was born from the older generation of the Mochi family, there was nothing else they could do. They could see the path ahead of them. However, the younger generation had to completely rely on Mochi Hong. Otherwise, the Mochi family would fall into a situation where there was a shortage of young people. Ancestor, Mochi Hong asked in a deep voice, can we kill during the 7 Mansions banquet? When Mochi Yuning heard Mochi Hong's words, he was stunned at first. Then he looked at Mochi Hong deeply and said, normally, we can't kill. However, if the opponent is willing to fight to the death, we can. However, we need to obtain the approval of the organizer of the 7 Mansions banquet. When Mochi Yuning heard Mochi Hong's words, he knew that he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. However, I don't agree with you looking for Duan Lingtian to fight to the death. It's not that I look down on your strength, but that Duan Lingtian is too monstrous. Even now, I feel that you should be able to defeat him and get into the top 3 in the 7 Mansions banquet. However, if we really fight to the death, I'm worried about you. Therefore, I don't agree with it, nor do I support it. Mochi Yuning said, it's best that you don't think about it. Even if Duan Lingtian wants to fight to the death with you, I will still refuse. I hope you can understand, ancestor. The Mochi family can no longer take risks. You are the hope of the Mochi family. The words of Mochi Yuning could not be said to not be heavy. Mochi Hong fell silent when he heard these words. I understand, ancestor. At the border of the profound Jade Mansion, 2 flying ships flew side by side. In one of the flying ships, a few young men were chatting in the corner of the flying ship. Do you think that Duan Lingtian from Tunglung province is really that monstrous? He's not even 3,000 years old, but he actually defeated Mochi Hong from the Mochi family. I also think that the rumors might not be true. I know that Mochi Hong is very strong. At the very least, I'm far from being a match for him. However, I don't really believe that he was defeated by a young man who's not even 3,000 years old. Won't we know if Duan Lingtian is really that strong when the 7 Mansions banquet begins? This time, there are also high-level divine emperors participating in the 7 Mansions banquet on our side. We should be able to get into the top 10. Although he's not as strong as Mochi Hong, he's still a high-level divine emperor. It shouldn't be difficult for him to get into the top 10. I remember that during the 7 Mansions banquet 10,000 years ago, there were only 6 high-level divine emperors participating in the 7 Mansions banquet, right? All 6 of them managed to get into the top 10. It's too difficult to become a high-level divine emperor before 10,000 years old. In my opinion, I don't think I'll be able to become a high-level divine emperor before I'm 12,000 years old. At this moment, this flying ship and the flying ship next to it did not come from Tunglung province or the state mansion of Qin. Instead, they came from another mansion of the 7 mansions. At the same time, the people from this force were not the only ones talking about Duan Lingtian. On the way to the profound Jade Mansion to participate in the 7 Mansions banquet, many people from the top forces in the 7 Mansions were talking about Duan Lingtian. The reason they were so interested in Duan Lingtian was that Duan Lingtian was a rising figure. Moreover, as soon as he rose, he stepped on Ma Qihong, the strongest person among the younger generation in Tunglung province. It could be said that he became famous overnight. Chapter 40:12. The 7 Mansions banquet was being held in profound Jade Mansion. The banquet was jointly organized by the 4 peak God Emperor forces of profound Jade Mansion. It was not held in any of the 4 forces, but in another place, a vast land. This vast land was located in a mountain range of profound Jade Mansion. The center was hollowed out, forming a huge field. At the center of this field, there were many small islands floating in the void. Each island could at most accommodate several people standing on it at the same time. It could be said that they were very small. At least, this was the smallest floating island Duan Lingtian had ever seen. These small islands should be the spectator seats. Zhen Pingfan's voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. Obviously, he had also seen through Duan Lingtian's doubts. In the past, the 7 Mansions banquet I participated in was also similar to this. There are many small islands floating in the air. These are the places where the upper echelons of the various forces have set up. They are standing there to watch the younger generation fight. Hearing Zhen Pingfan's words, Duan Lingtian also noticed that there were indeed some stone tables on those floating islands. On each side of the stone tables were 2 stone stools. Each stone table could accommodate 2 people sitting on one side, and their eyes were fixed on the center of the field. As for the center, it was a barren land. There was no special field for martial arts because there was no need for it. When one's strength reached a certain level, they would basically fight in the air. "They're here." Suddenly, Zhen Pingfan spoke. At this time, Duan Lingtian followed Zhen Pingfan's gaze and saw an old man, escorted by 2 middle-aged men. In the blink of an eye, they arrived near Duan Lingtian's group. The old man was wearing a light blue robe. Although his hair and brows were white, his appearance was no different from that of a middle-aged man. It could be said that he had white hair and a youthful face. His eyes were originally dim, but as soon as he got close to Duan Lingtian's group, they shone brightly. At the same time, he looked at the 2 people leading Duan Lingtian's group, Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu. "Elder Yi, Elder Lu, long time no see. Both of you are still as elegant as ever." The old man smiled and greeted the 2. The 2 middle-aged men behind the old man also looked at Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu. When one of them saw Yi Chenfeng, his gaze was incomparably complicated. This middle-aged man was an elder of profound Jade Mansion's emperor-level sect, the Rui sect. He was one of the strongest high-level god emperors in Rui sect. His name was Huang Qiyuan. He had once defeated Yi Chenfeng within 10 moves during the Feast of the 7 Manners 10,000 years ago. Later on, he even became one of the top 10 finalists. As for the old man standing in front of him, he was his father and master, a god emperor powerhouse of the Rui sect. Of course, he was a god emperor. "Elder Huang." Lu Fenggu smiled and nodded at the old man. As for Yi Chenfeng, after greeting the old man, he looked at Huang Qiyuan and said, "Senior brother Huang, it seems like we haven't seen each other for 10,000 years. How have you been recently?" When Yi Chenfeng looked at Huang Qiyuan, the smile on his face became even brighter. He looked like a superior who was willing to lower himself to get along with others. However, Huang Qiyuan's expression did not look too good when Yi Chenfeng took the initiative to greet him. Nevertheless, he still greeted Yi Chenfeng. "Elder Yi, we haven't seen each other for 10,000 years. You're no longer the same as before. Back then I was young and frivolous, young and ignorant. Elder Yi, please forget about those unpleasant matters. Huang Qiyuan said bluntly. Upon hearing Huang Qiyuan's words, many people, including Duan Lingtian, were puzzled. They did not know why the middle-aged man would suddenly say such a thing. It sounded like Elder Yi was deliberately targeting him. Senior brother Huang, you've misunderstood. I didn't mean anything. Yi Chenfeng smiled and shook his head. Forget it. Since senior brother Huang doesn't want to catch up with an old friend like me, let's just leave it at that. Elder Huang, please take us to the place we're staying. Then, Yi Chenfeng looked at the old man in front of Huang Qiyuan. He was Huang Qiyuan's father, Huang Long. When Huang Long saw Yi Chenfeng greeting his son, his expression was very complicated. When he saw his son's reaction, he felt even worse. 10,000 years ago, at the 7 Prefectures banquet, his son was in high spirits. At that time, Yi Chenfeng was just a defeated opponent. But now, 10,000 years had passed. Not to mention that his son had yet to step into the Emperor God realm, even he himself had been surpassed by Yi Chenfeng and was left far behind. Who would have thought that the brat who did not even enter the top 20 of the 7 Prefectures banquet 10,000 years ago would become the strongest person in Tonglung province? In the past, although some people said that Yi Chenfeng was the strongest person in Tonglung province, it was not true. However, 10 years ago, Yi Chenfeng had made a powerful move in the Mochi clan. He had relied on his full soul prominent grade divine sword to instantly kill Mochi Ju, one of the 3 great golden seat elders of the Mochi clan. Elder Yi, Elder Lu, please. Huang Long sighed inwardly and then led the way in front. During this process, Lu Fenggu introduced the old man leading the way to the group of Chunyang school disciples behind him. This is Elder Huang Long from the Rui sect. This is Elder Huang Qiyuan from the Rui sect. He's also Elder Huang Long's son. As for the other one, he's also Elder Huang Long's disciple. When Lu Fenggu introduced Huang Long and the other 2, Duan Lingtian also learned from Zhen Pingfan why Huang Qiyuan was so sensitive. It turned out that this person had defeated Elder Yi Chenfeng in the past. During the 7 Prefectures banquet 10,000 years ago, he even made it to the top 10. At that time, Yi Chenfeng had been defeated by him in just a few moves, and he seemed to have said some unpleasant things as well. 10,000 years later, Yi Chenfeng had stepped into the mid-god emperor realm and grasped a high-grade divine sword. As for Huang Qiyuan, he was still stuck at the high god emperor realm. 10,000 years. So many changes in an instant. Duan Lingtian could imagine how Huang Qiyuan was feeling right now. It was no wonder he was so sensitive. In the eyes of outsiders, Yi Chenfeng's greeting was considered polite. However, in Huang Qiyuan's eyes, it was no different from humiliation. After all, their statuses were not equal at all. You took the initiative to talk to me and even said that we haven't seen each other for 10,000 years. What do you mean? Are you trying to tell me that I was stronger than you 10,000 years ago? At this moment, even Duan Lingtian felt that Yi Chenfeng was deliberately reminding Huang Qiyuan that he had lost to him 10,000 years ago. Now, he could not be compared to him at all. I didn't expect Elder Yi to have such a side to him. Duan Lingtian shook his head inwardly. At the same time, he also felt that it was not a big deal. However, this also shows that being strong for a while does not mean that you will always be strong. Don't bully the young. Just as Duan Lingtian was thinking about this, Zhen Pingfan's voice rang in his ears. This time, Elder Huang Long and his son actually came to pick us up? In my opinion, this must be arranged by the people in the Rui sect who oppose them. It's the 7 Mansions feast again. Moreover, Huang Qiyuan once defeated Martial Uncle Yi. Why would he be so kind when he sees Martial Uncle Yi again? When Duan Lingtian heard this, he also felt that this was very likely. Otherwise, if it was voluntary, Huang Qiyuan would definitely not be willing to see Elder Yi, who he had defeated in the past, under such circumstances. Elder Yi, Elder Lu, I heard that there's a monstrous genius in Chunyang school called Duan Lingtian. Even Mochi Hong from the Mochi clan was defeated by him. May I know who he is? Huang Long and the other 2 brought Duan Lingtian and his group to the resting place arranged for them. At first, he was just leading the way, but halfway there, he could not help but turn around and ask Yi Chen-feng and Lu Fenggu curiously as they walked. Duan Lingtian, say hello to Elder Huang. Lu Fenggu looked back at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression. In the past, the tyrannical Saber clan had also invited Duan Lingtian, but they were all rejected by Duan Lingtian. Of course, in his opinion, it was also because the conditions offered by the tyrannical Saber clan were not good enough. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian might not have rejected them. He felt sorry for missing out on such a monstrous genius. If he had accepted such a monstrous genius, he might have had a chance to become the master of an ultimate god in the future. That was right, an ultimate god. In Lu Fenggu's opinion, the upper divine emperor realm that was difficult for them to reach would not be difficult for Duan Lingtian. At least, that was the case based on Duan Lingtian's current achievements. Duan Lingtian had the potential to become an ultimate god. Duan Lingtian greets Elder Huang. Since Lu Fenggu had spoken, Duan Lingtian naturally did not want to reject him. He took a few steps forward and cupped his fists slightly to salute Huang Long. At this moment, Huang Long was not the only one sizing up Duan Lingtian. Even Huang Long's son, Huang Qiyuan, and another disciple behind Huang Long were also sizing up Duan Lingtian. It was obvious that the three of them were very curious about Duan Lingtian. Huang Long was the first to regain his senses. He sighed and said, "He is indeed as handsome as the rumors say. He is indeed a man of striking appearance. A middle divine emperor less than 3,000 years old. A monstrous genius." Huang Long exclaimed. When Duan Lingtian heard that, he also humbly replied. The rest of the journey was quiet again. Fortunately, they soon arrived at their destination. It was a valley with beautiful mountains and clear waters. It was the place that the profound Jade Mansion had arranged for the people from Chunyang School to stay. There were still a few months before the Seven Mansions feast began. Duan Lingtian and the others had to wait here until the feast began. Elder Yi, Elder Lu, see you in 3 months. After sending Duan Lingtian and the others from Chunyang School to the valley, the 3 people from Tongling Province, led by Huang Long, bid farewell to Duan Lingtian and the others and left. The valley had everything that should be there. There were many courtyards and wooden houses that looked brand new. It was obvious that they had just been set up and no one had lived in them before. Chapter 4013. In the profound Jade Mansion, whether it was the location of the Seven Mansions banquet or the resting place for the guests, everything was arranged by the 4 divine emperors of the profound Jade Mansion. There were no formations or restrictions here. Under such circumstances, even though the 4 divine emperors of the profound Jade Mansion were the hosts, it was impossible for them to tamper with the Seven Mansions banquet. At the same time, it was impossible for them to harm the young disciples of the other sects before the Seven Mansions banquet. After the group of people from the Chunyang School settled in, Duan Lingtian saw Lu Fenggu leading a group of elders from the Chunyang School to set up various formations above the canyon. There were no formations set up here beforehand. Naturally, even if they had set up formations, they would not feel safe. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and the group of young disciples from the Chunyang School found a courtyard and entered a wooden house. After that, they began to cultivate. Some of them wanted to cultivate on their own. As for some people, they were too embarrassed to hang around outside when they saw that everyone else had gone to cultivate. Some of them just wanted to put on a show in front of their elders. No matter how hard they worked, it would be difficult for them to improve their strength in 3 months. Moreover, they were under great pressure. The Seven Mansions banquet was about to begin. However, to Duan Lingtian, these 3 months of time were a race against time. Although the 5 divine elements had been helping him consolidate his cultivation base, it was only natural that he did not have enough time to do so. For this reason, the next 3 months would be a crucial period for him. I have to consolidate my cultivation base before the Seven Mansions banquet. Otherwise, it'll be impossible for me to win the Seven Mansions banquet. Duan Lingtian did not feel proud of himself even though the elder from the Rui sect thought he was monstrous after he joined the profound Nether Mansion. There would be many young powerhouses who were on par with him in the Seven Mansions banquet. Although Mochi Hong was widely acknowledged as the strongest person under the age of 10,000 in Tonglung Province, he only had a chance of making it to the Seven Mansions banquet. Having a chance of making it to the Seven Mansions banquet was completely different from having a chance of making it to the Seven Mansions banquet. Mochi Hong only had a chance of making it to the Seven Mansions banquet. In fact, Duan Lingtian's strength was not much stronger than Mochi Hong's. The reason he was able to defeat Mochi Hong so quickly was because Mochi Hong had underestimated him. If Mochi Hong had not underestimated Duan Lingtian due to his underestimation of Duan Lingtian's strength, Duan Lingtian would have to put in more effort to defeat Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's strength was not as strong as it was 10 years ago. Duan Lingtian did not have a banquet. Duan Lingtian's was Lingtian. This was the last thought Duan Lingtian had before he fully immersed himself in his cultivation. In the next instant, he completely immersed himself in his cultivation and began to cultivate diligently. Duan Lingtianus, of course, he wasn't worried that he would miss the feast of the Seven Prefectures, because before the feast began, the people of the Pure Sun sect would definitely do everything they could to wake him up. After all, the Chunyang school's Lingtian was Lingtian. As for the others, even the most outstanding ones, it would be very difficult for them to make it to the top 10. Duan Lingtian was cultivating. On the other side, Zhen Pingfan and Yi Chenfeng were drinking tea. The two of them chatted while drinking tea. Marshal Uncle Yi. Zhen Pingfan said with a smile, "I didn't realize you were so vengeful. It's been 10,000 years, yet you still remember Huang Qiyuan's disdain for you? Actually, I think he looked down on you back then because you were indeed inferior to him. There was no need for him to hold a grudge. Just like now. Can he look down on you? Dare he look down on you?" Zhen Pingfan said while shaking his head. "You brat." Yi Chenfeng glared at Zhen Pingfan. "Who told you I'm vengeful? Why do you think I'm vengeful? Have I ever offended him in any way? Isn't it just greeting him? Is this considered revenge? Speaking of which, he and I can be considered old friends. Although we met 10,000 years ago, as the saying goes, no discord, no concord. I regard him as a confidant. When I greeted him earlier, I also transmitted a message to him. If it weren't for what he said back then, I wouldn't be where I am today. Without him, I wouldn't be where I am today. You say, I'm thanking him, right? Why did he suddenly explode? It's really inexplicable." Zhen Pingfan was dumbfounded by Yi Chenfeng's words. "You provoked him by transmitting a message? At first, I thought that he was being too sensitive. He's really good-tempered. If it were me, even if I'm not your opponent, I would have already cursed at him." "You're really ruthless." Zhen Pingfan gave Yi Chenfeng a thumbs up with a face full of admiration. At the same time, he thought to himself, I shouldn't have offended this junior Uncle Yi in the past, right? Following which, Zhen Pingfan mocked Yi Chenfeng a few more times before changing the topic. "Junior Uncle Yi, the promise you made to Duan Lingtian earlier, it seems like you have confidence in him. Do you really think he has a chance of winning first place in the Seven Prefectures banquet?" Zhen Pingfan asked. Hearing this, Yi Chenfeng shook his head to Zhen Pingfan's surprise. "Can I say that I have confidence in him? I just wanted to encourage him. However, if he's still as strong as he was 10 years ago, it's probably impossible for him to win first place in the Seven Prefectures banquet. Even the top 3 would be difficult." As soon as Yi Chenfeng said this, Zhen Pingfan's pupils constricted. "What? Is there a situation in the Seven Prefectures banquet this time?" "Yes." Yi Chenfeng nodded. "I've recently received news that a monster has appeared in the Consonance Mansion. If the rumors are true, he'll definitely be in the top 3 in the Seven Prefectures banquet this time." "Consonance Mansion?" Zhen Pingfan's eyes flashed. "Which force is it from?" "Heaven's Equal Sect." Yi Chenfeng said, "Heaven's Equal Sect." Last year, a young disciple that many people in Heaven's Equal Sect didn't know about appeared. As soon as he appeared, he defeated the most outstanding people in Heaven's Equal Sect. Moreover, it was 1 against 5. The 5 most outstanding people in heaven's equal sex younger generation are all famous people. You and I both know about them. Even if the strongest person among them isn't as strong as Mochi Hong, he's not too far off. He's still very confident that he'll be in the top 10 of the 7 prefectures banquet. Hearing Yi Chunfeng's words, Zhen Pingfan's face darkened. That heaven's equal sect has really hidden themselves well. It seems like they've hidden that monster so that he can show off in the 7 prefectures banquet this time. Besides heaven's equal sect of Consonance Mansion, is there anything else? Zhen Pingfan asked after calming down. Yi Chunfeng nodded. There's also Underworld Mansion and Heavenly Star Mansion. This time, there seems to be more than one youngster who hasn't shown up before. Rumor has it that they've been secretly nurtured by Underworld Mansion and Heavenly Star Mansion in order to get into the top 3 and win a lot of spots to be divided among the other forces. Both Underworld Mansion and Heavenly Star Mansion have 3 forces each. If they can get into the top 3, even if they don't get first place, they'll still get enough spots. Hearing Yi Chunfeng's words, Zhen Pingfan frowned. Both Underworld Prefecture and Heavenly Star Prefecture are so shameless this time. You still have the nerve to say that? Yi Chunfeng glared at Zhen Pingfan. Don't forget, 10,000 years ago, when no one from their 2 manors could get into the top 20, you were the one who nagged them, saying that they should give up on the 7 prefectures banquet or join forces to nurture their youngsters. Only then will they have a chance to get a spot. In my opinion, they heard what you said and decided to cooperate on the spur of the moment. Hearing Yi Chunfeng's words, Zhen Pingfan's face froze. Did I say that? You didn't, right? Zhen Pingfan's face was obviously unnatural. He seemed to vaguely remember that he did say that. However, it was just a casual remark. Did you guys take it seriously? I was just kidding. The youngsters they've nurtured haven't shown themselves publicly, but they shouldn't be weak. At least, they shouldn't be weaker than Mochi Hong from the Mochi family. From Yi Chunfeng's words, it was obvious that he attached great importance to the youngsters nurtured by Underworld Mansion and Heavenly Star Mansion. If this news is true, the 6 sects from Underworld Mansion and Heavenly Star Mansion are really daring to use the resources of 3 sects to nurture one youngster. Zhen Pingfan could not help but sigh. Indeed, they are really daring. Yi Chunfeng nodded in agreement. In the following days, more and more people from the other 6 prefectures arrived at the location where the 7 prefectures banquet was held by the profound Jade Mansion. The people from each force were arranged to rest in different places. As for the young people from the various forces, they didn't run around after arriving. Instead, they stayed in their rooms and cultivated. Of course, only the people involved would know whether or not everyone was cultivating. Time passed by quietly. 3 months had passed in the blink of an eye for everyone. Duan Lingtian was awakened by Zhen Pingfan on the morning of the first day of the 7 prefectures banquet. It's time to go. Today is the first day of the 7 prefectures banquet. When Zhen Pingfan's voice rang out, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed in the wooden house, opened his eyes. A light flashed in his eyes, and his temperament changed. Is it finally going to start? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Then, with a flash of his body, he left the wooden house to meet up with Zhen Pingfan. Then he followed Zhen Pingfan to meet up with the rest of the Chunyang school. Chapter 4014. It was the same place he had been to when he first arrived. There were small islands floating in the air around the arena. These islands were meant for the upper echelons of the various top forces in the 7 prefectures to watch the battles. As for the younger generation, they could only stand in the void. Duan Lingtian, why don't you come down and take a seat as well? Marshal Uncle Yi won't mind, and I'm sure Marshal Uncle Lu won't mind either. Zhen Pingfan sat in front of the stone table on the small floating island that the mysterious Jade Mansion had arranged for the upper echelons of the Chunyang school. He sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian and asked Duan Lingtian to join him. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian declined politely, Elder Zhen, I'm fine here. Duan Lingtian scanned his surroundings. The Chunyang school had arrived early. Other than the Chunyang school, There were only 3 other forces that had arrived. None of the younger generation from the 3 forces had entered the small floating island that served as the spectator seats. Of course, some of the younger generation who looked old and senile were sitting there. However, Duan Lingtian did not see them. At the very least, he did not see any of the younger generation. Therefore, he naturally felt that it was inappropriate for him to join them. Moreover, the other young disciples of the Chunyang school were also standing on one side of the floating island where the upper echelons of the Chunyang school were seated. He felt that it was appropriate for him to stand with them. The people from the Mochi family are here. Yi Chenfeng's voice transmission suddenly sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian turned his head slightly. With just a glance, he saw a group of people under the lead of an old man approaching in a grandiose manner from afar. Duan Lingtian recognized this old man. He was the golden seat elder of the Mochi family, Mochi Yuning. It was said that he was the strongest expert in the Mochi family, a middle god emperor with extraordinary strength. He's actually leading the Mochi family this time? Duan Lingtian was a little surprised at first, but when he thought of the Mochi family's current situation, he felt relieved. Even in the past, the Mochi aristocratic family only had 4 middle god emperors. The patriarch of the Mochi aristocratic family, Mochi Lu Su, was one of them. The other 3 were the 3 great golden throne elders of the Mochi aristocratic family, Mochi Yuning, Mochi Wu Ming and Mochi Ju. Mochi Ju was dead. Mochi Wu Ming was grounded. Only 2 people from the Mochi family could lead the team this time. The Mochi family's patriarch, Mochi Lu Su, would definitely be in charge of the Mochi family. Therefore, only Mochi Yuning could come in person. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed a sharp gaze that was directed at him from behind Mochi Yuning. Moreover, there was a hint of hostility in that sharp gaze. Mochi Hong. Before seeing the other party's face clearly, Duan Lingtian subconsciously guessed who the owner of the gaze was. In the Mochi clan, probably only Mochi Hong alone would be so hostile towards him. Even if Mochi Ju's death was somewhat related to him, no matter how strange the Mochi aristocratic family was, they could not blame him. The other people in the Mochi aristocratic family would not hate him because of this. If they wanted to hate someone, they should hate Yi Chenfeng and Zhen Pingfan first. Mochi Hong was the only one who would target him. This was because Mochi Hong could only hate him. He only had the ability to hate him. In the next instant, Duan Lingtian saw Mochi Hong. He just so happened to see Mochi Hong staring at him with killing intent in his eyes. At the same time, Mochi Hong's voice rang in his ears. Duan Lingnan, one day, I'll kill you and avenge my ancestor Xian. Mochi Hong's voice was extremely cold and emotionless. When Duan Lingtian heard Mochi Hong's voice transmission, he smiled faintly and replied through voice transmission, Mochi Hong, if I'm not mistaken, I didn't kill your ancestor Xian, right? Even if you want to take revenge, you shouldn't look for me, right? At the very least, you shouldn't be the first one to look for me, right? Duan Lingtian asked mockingly. Mochi Hong, naturally, understood the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. His expression changed for a moment before he snorted coldly and no longer said anything. However, the killing intent in his eyes intensified. When Mochi Hong stared at Duan Lingtian, Mochi Yunning, who was the leader of the Mochi aristocratic family, followed his gaze and saw Duan Lingtian. A strange look appeared in his eyes as he looked at the small floating island next to Duan Lingtian and the others. When he saw the light golden figure on the island, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. The person he saw was none other than Yi Chenfeng. Elder Mochi, this way please. It was unknown if the profound Jade Mansion had done this intentionally, but the floating island where the Mochi aristocratic family's higher-ups were watching the battle was right next to the floating island where the Chunyang school's higher-ups were watching the battle. The 2 floating islands looked at each other from afar. To ordinary people, they were not far away. Elder Mochi. When Mochi Yuning and the other higher-ups of the Mochi clan had just taken their seats, Mochi Hong and the other younger generation of the Mochi clan were standing in midair at the side of the floating island. When they had just stopped moving, a carefree voice resounded, and then a robust middle-aged man and a group of people behind him appeared before everyone's eyes. The burly middle-aged man had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He was majestic and tall. He was more than 2 meters tall and looked like an iron tower. Alliance leader Ren. When they saw the other party, even Mochi Yunning had no choice but to stand up with the group of Mochi aristocratic families higher-ups and nod at him. The person who had just arrived was none other than the alliance leader of the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance in Tonglung Province. The Mochi aristocratic family was not surprised that the alliance leader of the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance had come personally. This was because the alliance of Benevolent and Righteous Alliance was different from ordinary sects and families. There were many powerhouses who managed the alliance of Benevolent and Righteous Alliance. Instead, the title of alliance leader was an honorary title. Of course, in order to become the alliance leader, one must first convince the masses. The alliance leader of the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance was also the most powerful person in the alliance of Benevolent and Righteous Alliance. It was said that he did not usually manage the affairs of the alliance of Benevolent and Righteous Alliance. Most of the time, he was in closed-door cultivation. Of course, if the alliance of Benevolent and Righteous Alliance encountered something that required his help, he would come out of closed-door cultivation. After the alliance leader of the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance greeted Mochi Yunning of the Mochi aristocratic family, he looked at the Chunyang school from afar. Elder Yi, Elder Lu, long time no see. Alliance leader Ren. Lu Fenggu stood up and nodded at the other party in greeting. On the other hand, Yi Chenfeng only glanced at him indifferently and did not respond to him. Seeing this, the younger generation of the Mochi aristocratic family felt that Yi Chenfeng was ignoring the alliance leader of the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance because he was powerful. Even Duan Lingtian thought so at first. However, when he thought about it again, he realized that Yi Chenfeng was not that kind of person. He suddenly realized that there might be more to this than met the eye. Elder Jin, out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian asked Zhen Pingfan through voice transmission. Soon, he received an answer from Zhen Pingfan. When the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness first met Marshal Uncle Yi, he didn't think highly of him. Therefore, in an occasion where he could make the decision, he gave something that should have belonged to Marshal Uncle Yi to a genius from the Seven Kills sect. Of course, he did not give up. In his eyes, both Junior Uncle Yi and that person were outsiders. It was the same no matter who he gave it to. It was just that he thought highly of the other party. That thing was very important to Junior Uncle Yi at that time. As he spoke, Zhen Pingfan added another sentence. When Duan Lingtian heard this, realization dawned on him. At the same time, he realized that Elder Yi of the Chunyang school was indeed very vengeful. Of course, he was also famous for being protective of his own people. Duan Lingtian had heard about Elder Yi not long after he entered Chunyang school. Because of this, he had heard that both the people outside and inside Chunyang school had a one-sided evaluation of Elder Yi. While the people outside Chunyang school were criticizing Elder Yi, the people inside Chunyang school were praising Elder Yi. It could be said that Elder Yi was famous in Tonglung province for not being praised or criticized. Elder Yi, Elder Lu. After the people from the Benevolent and Righteous Alliance found a place to sit and stand, another group of people arrived. Some of them landed on a small floating island next to Chunyang School under the guidance of the people from the mysterious Jade Mansion. Among this group of people, Duan Lingtian saw a few familiar faces and guessed that they were from the Seven Kills Valley. The few familiar faces included Yu Chanlian, the God Emperor Elder of the Seven Kills Valley who had received Duan Lingtian and Zhen Pingfan back then. There was also another God Emperor Elder of the Seven Kills Valley whom Duan Lingtian had met in the Tianlong clan's Emperor Battle Realm, Hong Yunxiao. Although Duan Lingtian had not seen Elder Hong Yunxiao the last time he went to the Seven Kills Valley, he still had a deep impression of him. He knew that Hong Yunxiao possessed a high-grade full-soul divine weapon. In addition to the two of them, there was another familiar face Duan Lingtian. It was Yu Chanlian's disciple, Dao Wei, who was ranked at the top of the younger generation in the Seven Kills Valley. While Duan Lingtian was looking at Dao Wei was also looking at Duan Lingtian. Presently, Dao Wei's gaze towards Duan Ling Tian was no longer filled with contempt, and there was only fear left. However, the group of people from the Seven Kills Valley, whether it was Yu Chanlian whom Duan Ling Tian knew or Hong Yunxiao, were not the ones leading the group this time. The person leading the group was a skinny old man. Although he looked old, his eyes were sharp and spirited. When Duan Ling Tian saw his face, he could not help but glance at Hong Yunxiao a few times. This was because he realized that Hong Yunxiao looked very similar to this old man. I heard from Elder Zhen that the Seven Kills Valley's God Emperor Elder Hong Yunxiao's grandfather was a middle God Emperor expert from the Seven Kills Valley. Could this be him? Hong Yunxiao was similar to Zhen Pingfan. Both of them were lower God Emperors. Moreover, both of them had middle God Emperors in their respective sections. Moreover, both of them were close relatives. In the Seven Kills Valley and the Chunyang School, both of them were recognized as princes. Elder Hong. This time, Lu Fenggu was not the only one who stood up. Even Yi Chenfeng stood up and greeted the old man with a smile. Elder Zhen. Duan Ling Tian sent a voice transmission to Zhen Pingfan. I'm sure this Elder Hong doesn't have any enmity with Elder Yi, right? Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission stunned Zhen Pingfan. Then he sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian with a wry smile. Duan Ling Tian, don't misunderstand Junior Uncle Yi. He's really not someone who holds grudges. Chapter 40:15. Don't hold grudges? Upon hearing Zhen Fanfan's words, Duan Ling Tian did not say anything on the surface, but he cursed inwardly. If he did not hold grudges, would he have offended Huang Qiyuan from the profound Nether Mansion's Rui sect? If he did not hold grudges, would he have ignored the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness in Tonglung Province? Duan Ling Tian shook his head. He knew very well that the reason Yi Chenfeng was able to do this was because he was strong and confident. If he was still the Yi Chenfeng from 10,000 years ago, how would he have the confidence to do this now? Naturally, if he was still the same person, the leader of the Alliance of Benevolence and Righteousness would not have taken the initiative to greet him. Since the people from the Seven Kills Valley are here, the people from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect should be here soon, right? When Duan Ling Tian saw the old man leading the Seven Kills Valley's group had stopped talking to them after a few polite words, Duan Ling Tian glanced at his surroundings and saw more and more people had arrived. Based on the number of people on the floating islands, he could tell which sect had not arrived yet. There were only less than 10 floating islands that were empty. Elder Yi, Elder Lu. Soon after, another wave of greetings attracted Duan Ling Tian's attention. It was from one of the groups of people who had just arrived at the Chunyang School. Among this group of people, Duan Ling Tian saw two familiar faces. With a quick thought, he recalled that he had seen them in the Seven Slaughter Valley. They were from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect, the last top sect in Tonglung Province. The Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect was also a sect in Tonglung Province. Although they were not as strong as the Chunyang School, they were still slightly stronger than the Mochi clan. Elder Xiao. Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu stood up and greeted Elder Xiao with a smile. Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian did not need to ask Zhen Pingfan to know Elder Xiao from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect did not have any enmity with Yi Chenfeng. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the people from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect greeted the people from the Seven Kills Valley. Then, the few high-ranking officials from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect entered the floating island on the other side of the Seven Kills Valley. After the people from the Dragon Martial Heavenly Sect arrived, Duan Ling Tian saw people arriving on the floating islands one after another. From the beginning until the end, no one from the other mansions came to greet them. Duan Ling Tian could also guess the reason behind this. It was none other than the forces of the different mansions. In fact, it could even be said that they were not familiar with each other. If they knew each other, they would greet each other. If they did not know each other, they would ignore each other. After all, the Duan Ling Tians. Of course, even if they did not know each other, it did not mean they did not care about each other. Although no one from the other mansions came to greet Yi Chenfeng and Lu Fenggu from the Chunyang School, Duan Ling Tian noticed that many people were looking at him from time to time. Naturally, they were not looking at him. Although he was quite famous now, not many people knew who he was. They were all looking at Yi Chen-feng. It was obvious that the news of Yi Chen-feng killing the Mochi family's golden seat elder Mochi Ju with a high-grade divine sword with a complete soul had spread. Otherwise, based on Elder Ye's achievements in the past, he would not be able to attract so much attention. While Duan Ling Tian was observing his surroundings, a voice suddenly rang in the air and interrupted his train of thought. Friends from the various mansions and young prodigies, welcome to the Mystic Jade Mansion. It was a deep voice. As soon as it rang in everyone's ears, including Duan Lingtian's, Duan Lingtian saw 4 figures flying out from the 4 small floating islands in the east. Zhen Pingfan had mentioned the 4 small floating islands to him earlier. Therefore, he knew that the hosts of the Duan Lingtian banquet, the 4 God Emperor-level forces of the Mystic Jade Mansion, had arranged this for him. Among the 4 people who flew out, one was a middle-aged man while the other 3 were old men. The 4 of them stood side by side in the air above the center of the field. The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier continued to speak. The Mystic Jade Mansion is honored to host the Duan Lingtian banquet this time. Many of you are old friends, but most of you are new faces. All of you are new talents from the 7 mansions. My name is Lin Donglai, and I'm Elder Jin Shi from the Flame Hull sect of the Mystic Jade Mansion. The middle-aged man introduced himself and the people next to him. The person on my left is Elder Ding Jianchu from the Rui sect of the Mystic Jade Mansion. He's also the #1 sword cultivator in the Mystic Jade Mansion. People call him the Mystic Jade Sword God. Duan Lingtian could not help but take a few more glances at Elder Ding Jianchu because of the middle-aged man's introduction of Elder Ding Jianchu from the Rui sect. Although Elder Ding Jianchu looked old, he stood there as straight as a javelin. One could clearly sense a sharp aura from him. Moreover, he had restrained it. If he had not restrained it, one could not imagine how sharp it would be. It seems like he's about to master the sword principle. As someone who had mastered the sword principle, Duan Lingtian could vaguely make this judgment based on the aura of the person in front of him. Hearing Lin Donglai's introduction, Ding Jianchu shook his head and said, "Everyone, please don't listen to Elder Lin's nonsense. I'm not a sword god. I'm just an ordinary sword cultivator who's exploring the sword principle." In terms of the sword principle, who here dares to say that they can defeat Elder Yi Chen-feng from the Chunyang school? Elder Yi Chen-feng is the only Emperor God expert in the 7 mansions who has mastered the sword principle. As soon as Ding Jianchu finished speaking, everyone's attention shifted from him to the people from the Chunyang school. All eyes were focused on Yi Chen-feng. Yi Chen-feng saw this and smiled faintly. "Elder Ding, you flatter me. I think you're very close to mastering the sword principle." If Duan Lingtian could sense it, Yi Chen-feng, who had also mastered the sword principle, could naturally sense it as well. In fact, due to his higher cultivation, he could sense it more clearly than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian couldn't be sure, but he could. Hearing Yi Chen-feng's words, Ding Jianchu's eyes flashed and he laughed. "Elder Yi, you have a good eye." After the banquet of the 7 manners is over, I would like to invite Elder Yi and everyone from the Pure Sun sect to stay at my Rui sect for a while. My Rui sect will treat your people as esteemed guests and will not neglect them. Of course, most importantly, there are some questions I'd like to ask Elder Yi. As soon as Ding Jianchu finished speaking, Lin Donglai and the other 2 old men beside him were slightly stunned. Although they knew that Ding Jianchu was very accomplished in the sword principle and had mastered the embryonic form of the sword principle a long time ago, they didn't expect him to be so close to mastering the sword principle. He took the initiative to invite Yi Chen-feng and even said that he would entertain the dozens of people from the Chunyang school. It was obvious that he was going to put in a lot of effort. Obviously, he wanted to smoothly master the sword principle with Yi Chen-feng's help. "It's my honor." Yi Chen-feng looked at Lu Fenggu, who was sitting at the side, before he looked at Ding Jianchu with a smile on his face. It would be a waste if he didn't take advantage of the opportunity. Moreover, even if Ding Jianchu had really mastered the sword Dao, not to mention the fact that he had just comprehended the sword Dao, it was not a big threat to him. Even if it was a threat, it would not threaten him. The profound nether mansion was still far away from the Tonglung province. Ding Jianchu's smile widened when he heard Yi Chenfeng's reply. However, he didn't say anything since this was not the time for idle chatter. At this moment, Lin Donglai, an elder of the Flame Howl sect, continued to introduce the other two people beside him. The two people beside me are Duanmu Yunfan, the supreme elder of the Duanmu clan in the Tonglung province. When Duanmu Yunfeng nodded to the people around him, Lin Donglai continued to introduce the last person. The person beside Elder Duanmu is the deputy villa master of the Dark Saber Villa in the East Ridge Mansion, Leng Shiyu. Leng Shiyu was a skinny old man dressed in a long black robe with a cold expression on his face. He only nodded slightly when he heard Lin Donglai's introduction. The four of us will personally supervise the Seven Mansions banquet this time. We won't allow any unnecessary harm to befall the prodigies from the various mansions. The purpose of the Seven Mansions banquet is just to spar and learn from each other. Apart from that, I, Lin Donglai, will be the host of the Seven Mansions banquet this time. As for the rules of the Seven Mansions banquet, they'll still be the same as before. If you still don't know the rules of the Seven Mansions banquet, you can ask your seniors now. As soon as he finished speaking, except for Lin Donglai, who was still standing in the middle of the field, Ding Jianchu and the other two returned to where their respective forces were. The Seven Mansions banquet. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as she recalled the rules of the Seven Mansions banquet that Zhen Pingfan had told her earlier. The first round was to draw lots to determine their opponents. Naturally, as the host, the Mystic Jade Mansion could cheat during the drawing of lots. However, even if they cheated, it would only allow some people to stay in the arena for a little longer. Those who were not strong enough to enter through the back door would still be eliminated in the end. Due to this reason, although it was possible to cheat, it was meaningless. In the past Seven Mansions banquets, the host of the Seven Mansions banquet had never cheated. This was because the gains did not make up for the losses. It could even be said that it was a thankless task. The opponents of the first round will be decided by drawing lots, and the person that defeats the opponent and obtains victory will enter the rookie group. Whereas, if someone doubts the strength of a person in the rookie group, then the person can issue a challenge and replace the person. Everyone who enters the rookie group can only be challenged once. Those who are not in the rookie group will have 3 chances to challenge others. Half of the people in the rookie group will advance. As for the other half, even if they don't enter the rookie group in the end, it doesn't mean that they'll be sentenced to death. They still have a chance to be resurrected in the next round. Chapter 4016. A quarter of an hour passed by very quickly. It's about time. Lin Donglai, the elder of the Flame Howl sect who was in charge of hosting the Seven Prefectures banquet, announced with a smile on his face. Next, please pay attention to the lots that I'm throwing out. You may draw lots from afar. The words on the sticks will only appear when they reach your hands and you infuse them with your divine power. There are hundreds of different words in the lots, and there are 2 lots for each word. The 2 people who draw the same lot will become opponents, and the winner will enter the rookie group. Lin Donglai announced loudly, "Next, please pay attention to the lots. I will throw them out in 10 breaths." More than 1,000? At first, Duan Lingtian saw that there were many people present, but they were scattered all over the place. He could not tell that there were more than 1,000 young prodigies. However, on second thought, there were nearly 30 forces in the 7 prefectures, including the 5 major forces in Tonglung province. Even if there were only 40 people from each force, there would still be more than 1,000 people. The 7 prefectures were Tonglung province, State Prefecture of Qing, Mysterious Jade Prefecture, Lingxi Prefecture, Underworld Prefecture, Tianshan Prefecture, and Daming Prefecture. Among them, there were 5 major forces in Tonglung province. State Prefecture of Qing had 4 major forces. Mysterious Jade Prefecture was one of the 4 major forces. Lingxi Prefecture, like Tonglung province, had 5 major forces. Underworld Prefecture and Tianshan Prefecture each had 3 major forces. Daming Prefecture had 4 major forces. In total, there were 28 forces. In other words, there were a total of 28 forces and young prodigies present at the 7 prefectures banquet. Pay attention. When there were only 2 or 3 breaths left, Lu Fenggu's voice rang in the ears of Duan Lingtian and the other Chunyang school prodigies, reminding them to pay attention. Even Duan Lingtian, who had been waiting, could not help but pay attention. In the blink of an eye, 2 breaths had passed. Finally, Lin Donglai made his move. With a casual toss of his hand, over 1,000 tokens scattered in the air like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden, appearing before everyone's eyes. Of course, he didn't. Even though these tokens were free-falling, he still used his own divine force to support them. A large number of tokens floated in the void. Almost at the same time, the tokens stopped moving. Bush, 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 bush. Streaks of invisible energy swept out from the bodies of over 1,000 young geniuses at the scene, and each of them took a token. Because the tokens all looked the same, no one fought over them. Normally, it would depend on which token someone had taken. The person who was a step late would give up on that token. This group of people was very well-mannered. Therefore, in less than 10 breaths' time, over 1,000 badges were collected and distributed to over 1,000 young geniuses. Inject godly power? Duan Lingtian held the token in his hand and subconsciously injected godly power into it. Suddenly, a layer of light flashed on the token and then dimmed. A word appeared in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. When he saw this word, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched violently. At this moment, the disciples of Chunyang school who were standing beside Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's strange movement. They subconsciously stole a glance at the token in Duan Lingtian's hand. When they saw it, they could not help but burst into laughter. Their laughter was very bright. In an instant, more and more people were alarmed. Duan Lingtian's reaction was swift, and he put away the command token. Instantly, the people who didn't have time to see the words on the command token were greatly disappointed, whereas some people who saw the words on the command token in time started to laugh. Duan Lingtian, what is the word? Tell us and share it with us. Because Duan Lingtian was amiable, he was quite popular. As a matter of fact, a disciple of Chunyang school could not help but ask with a smile, I think everyone wants to know what word you got. Seeing a group of people looking over and staring at him curiously, Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched again, but he ignored him. However, Duan Lingtian paid no attention to them, yet these people quickly found out what words were inscribed on the command token Duan Lingtian obtained from the mouths of those with sharp eyes earlier. They were transmitting their voices, so even if the word spread, Duan Lingtian would not know who spread it. None of them were worried that Duan Lingtian would hold a grudge against them. Of course, based on their interactions with Duan Lingtian during this period of time, they could see that Duan Lingtian would not hold a grudge against them over such a small matter. Haha, when the crowd learned about the word on Duan Lingtian's token, they could not help but laugh. In the end, they laughed so hard that even Yi Chunfeng and Lu Fenggu were alarmed. More than 60 prodigies of Chunyang school, including Duan Lingtian, were laughing, except for a few people. What word did Duan Lingtian get? Is it that funny? This time, even Zhen Pingfan was curious. Yi Chunfeng and Lu Fenggu, on the other hand, got the answer from their disciples immediately. The two of them looked at each other and saw a smirk on each other's face. Ha! At this moment, Zhen Fan laughed out loud. It was obvious he knew about it as well. Duan Lingtian, you're really lucky. You actually managed to obtain such a good piece of calligraphy. It seems that even God thinks you deserve that word. Zhen Pingfan was laughing so hard that tears almost flew out of his eyes. Duan Lingtian's expression became more and more awkward. Then, he said helplessly, it's just the word, ugly. Elder Zhen, do you have to laugh so hard? Moreover, I'm not the only one who got the word, ugly. That was right. Duan Lingtian got the word, ugly. Duan Lingtian? In the distance, Elder Lin Donglai of the Flame Hull sect, who was in charge of hosting the 7 prefectures banquet, also turned his attention to the Chunyang school when he heard the commotion. With his sharp ears, he naturally heard what was going on. He got the word, ugly? Lin Donglai laughed. He did not cheat in this lottery, and there was no need to. It was his idea to add the word, ugly. He did not expect that one of the 2 words ugly would fall into the hands of the Chunyang school's prodigy, Duan Lingtian. He had heard of Duan Lingtian a long time ago. He had even heard of Duan Lingtian's existence before Duan Lingtian defeated Mochi Hong of the Mochi family. After all, it was not easy for a lower divine emperor to kill two medium divine emperors in a row. Even among the current lower divine emperors of the Flame Howl sect, no one could do that. If that's the case, let's change the order. Lin Donglai glanced at the memory jade slip in his hand. With a thought, he changed the order of the battles recorded in it. He changed the word ugly that was originally in the middle to the front. Number 1. At the same time, Lin Donglai glanced around and continued to announce, "Now, I'm sure all the prodigies have seen the words on the tokens in their hands. Since that's the case, I hereby announce that the first stage of the 7 Prefectures banquet, the battle for the newcomers group, officially begins." When everyone heard Lin Donglai's announcement, their hearts skipped a beat. Even the people from Chunyang School stopped attacking Duan Lingtian. Lin Donglai continued to announce, "Next, let's invite the 2 prodigies who have obtained the word ugly to battle it out in the arena. The winner will temporarily enter the newcomers group." The word ugly. Lin Donglai's announcement caused an uproar in the crowd. There's such a word? I can't believe there's such a word. The mysterious Jade Mansion is really well prepared. I'm really curious who obtained the word ugly. The person who obtained the word ugly is really lucky. It's a pity that there's no reward. As soon as Lin Donglai opened his mouth, the solemn atmosphere in the arena immediately turned into an uproar. Many people could not help but laugh. Then each and every one of them looked around curiously, wanting to see which 2 people had obtained the word ugly. At that moment, the group of people from the Pure Sun sect started laughing again. "Duan Lingtian, I'm sure the mysterious Jade Mansion did this on purpose." Zhen Pingfan said to Duan Lingtian with a smile, "Look, not only did you obtain the word ugly, but they even arranged for you to be the vanguard. When your strength increases in the future, I'll support you in making a trip to the mysterious Jade Mansion and defeating all the God Emperors there." Zhen Pingfan was laughing as if he wanted the world to be in chaos. Duan Lingtian did not respond to Zhen Pingfan's words on the surface, but he remembered it in his heart. They must have done this on purpose. Ugly is the first in line? Of course, they might not know that I'm the one who obtained the word ugly. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt a little helpless. After all, the mysterious Jade Mansion was not targeting him. Perhaps they just wanted to create some atmosphere for the opening of the 7 Prefectures banquet. Coincidentally, he happened to run into them. "He's here. He's not ugly." Not only is he not ugly, but he's also quite good-looking. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave, many voices sounded from the surroundings. This made Duan Lingtian realize that the other person who obtained the word ugly had left. For a moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but look in the direction of the voice. With just a glance, he saw a beautiful figure standing in the void in front of him. It was a young woman with delicate features. Although she was not exceptionally seductive, she was still considered a rare beauty. Moreover, she had an otherworldly aura. Coupled with the fact that she was a woman, the laughter in the surroundings gradually died down. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he soared into the air and appeared before everyone's eyes. Duan Lingtian obtained the word ugly? On the other side of the 7 Kills Valley, Yu Chanlian and Hong Yunxiao, the 2 God Emperor elders from the 7 Kills Valley who recognized Duan Lingtian, were stunned for a moment before they could not help but laugh. This little fellow is really lucky. Indeed. While the 2 of them were laughing, Dao Wei, who also recognized Duan Lingtian, did not laugh. Instead, he stared at Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression. In the face of the pressure that Duan Lingtian gave him, how could he be in the mood to laugh? Heavenly Stellar Prefecture, Flowing Cloud Sect, Xieting. When Duan Lingtian flew into the air and faced the woman, she had already introduced herself. Chapter 4017. At this moment, with the appearance of Duan Lingtian and Xie Yingying, the combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman, most of the people present immediately forgot about the word ugly. Of course, there were still a few people who looked at them meaningfully. These two are really lucky. They actually obtained the ugly token. Who do you think is stronger between the two of them? That's hard to say. I've never heard of the girl who introduced herself. I think she's just an ordinary young prodigy in Tianshan Prefecture's Cloudflow sect. Let's see if this young man is a familiar figure. After all, although there are many famous young prodigies in various prefectures, and we've heard of them, we've never seen them before. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian finally nodded at the girl in front of him. Tongleng Province, Chunyang School, Duan Lingtian. Tongleng Province, Chunyang School, Duan Lingtian. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's voice fell, the originally noisy crowd instantly fell silent. It was as if this name had a special magic power. When the girl who was standing opposite Duan Lingtian heard Duan Lingtian's self-introduction, her beautiful face changed instantly. At the same time, she felt bitter. Why am I so unlucky to meet him first? Although she did not feel that her strength was among the best among the young prodigies who came to participate in the 7 prefectures feast this time, she should be able to enter the upper middle tier. At the very least, as her master had said, she would definitely be able to enter the rookie group. However, now, her first opponent was the person she had often heard people talking about recently, the prodigy of Chunyang School, Duan Lingtian. Just as the woman's expression changed, the surroundings, which had originally fallen into a deathly silence, suddenly burst into an uproar as if they were retaliating. He's Duan Lingtian? Is that Duan Lingtian from Chunyang School? Nonsense, didn't you hear his self-introduction? Are there 2 Duan Lingtian in Chunyang School? I didn't expect it to be him. I've long since heard of his great name. He's an existence that defeated the former number 1 person in the younger generation of Tongleng Province, Mochi Hong. It said that Mochi Hong had the potential to kill his way into the top 3 of the 7 prefectures banquet, yet he was defeated by him. With Mochi Hong's strength, the top 10 in the 7 prefectures banquet is a given. This time, the top 10 in Tongleng Province should be Duan Lingtian and Mochi Hong. Everyone's gaze is locked onto the purple figure in the void ahead. This young man was no stranger to them. Even though he had never met the other party before, he had long heard of the other party's name. At this moment, on the side of Tianshan Estate's Flowing Cloud sect, on a small floating island, an old woman wearing a dark green robe and holding a walking stick frowned. This girl, why is her luck so bad? Her first battle is against the monster from Tongleng Province's Chunyang School. If you're worried, just ask her to admit defeat. An old woman next to her smiled. The old woman snorted. Why would she admit defeat? In any case, with Elder Lin Donglai keeping an eye on him, how could Duan Lingtian do anything to my disciple? It's just as well. Let my disciple test him and see if he's as strong as the rumors say. The old woman was Duan Lingtian's current opponent, Xie Yingying's master. She was also a lesser god emperor elder in Tianshan Estate's Flowing Cloud sect. Xie Yingying was her last disciple. Although she was young and her strength was average, she was doted on by her. At this moment, in the void, Elder Lin Donglai of Profound Jade Mansion's Flame Howl sect, who was in charge of hosting the 7 prefectures banquet, looked at the man and woman facing each other and said indifferently, "Let's begin." Almost as soon as Lin Donglai finished speaking, Xie Yingying made her move. Her body swayed, and a gust of wind blew around her. In the next instant, she seemed to have turned into a gust of wind, blowing toward Duan Lingtian. She was obviously good at the law of wind. Moreover, because her opponent was Duan Lingtian, she took out her upper-grade divine weapon as soon as she made her move. It was a sword. The sword moved with the wind, and the killing sword radiance was like stars scattered all over the sky, sprinkling toward Duan Lingtian. This genius disciple of Flowing Cloud sect is quite strong. Her strength should be above average among the younger generation of divine emperors under 10,000 years old in Flowing Cloud sect. As Xie Yingying made her move, many higher-ups of other forces nodded slightly, expressing their appreciation of her strength. Even the old woman on the floating island, who was Xie Yingying's master, smiled at this moment. She felt restrained by the praises of the people around her. However, in the next instant, the smile on her face completely froze. "Excuse me." In the void far away, the young man in purple said these 3 words. Then, a spatial storm swept up around him. The storm was like a tornado, sweeping out. Not only did it destroy Xie Yingying's fierce attack, but it also sent her flying. Xie Yingying's body flew backward, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. However, after flying for a short while, she stopped again. "Senior Brother Duan, thank you for showing mercy." Xie Yingying's face was red, and there was blood at the corner of her mouth. She seemed to be badly injured, but only she knew that her opponent had withdrawn his strength at the critical moment. Otherwise, even if she did not die, she would have been seriously injured. If her opponent had wanted to kill her, that attack would have been enough to send her to the next world. Of course, she knew that even if her opponent really wanted to kill her, it would not be so easy. There was a middle-level Emperor God at the side acting as the host, watching them. If the situation was not right, the middle-level Emperor God would save her immediately. Duan Lingtian nodded at Xie Yingying, then turned around and left. From the beginning to the end, he was as calm as the wind, as if he was an expert beyond the world. At this moment, Xie Yingying, who was usually sought after by many young talents in the Flowing Cloud sect, suddenly felt that she did not seem to be that attractive. At least, this man had completely ignored her. Perhaps, it is because he is so undistracted that he can have the strength he has today. Xie Yingying thought to herself, "He reminded me. I, Xie Yingying, cannot be infatuated with love in the future. Look at my master, isn't he still single now? Only by being single will he have a higher chance of entering the Emperor God realm." At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not know that because of his indifference, he had created a female expert for the Flowing Cloud sect who would never marry in the future. After Duan Lingtian left the arena, according to the rules of the rookie group competition, Xie Yingying had to hand over the token in her hand to Lin Donglai. The loser would give up the token in their hand. However, when Lin Donglai took the token from her, he also handed her a jade slip. "Take this jade slip. You have 1 chance to challenge. When you challenge, bring this jade slip to the arena. Before you start, inject your divine power into this jade slip, and it will turn into dust. Everyone only has 1 chance to challenge. After the rookie group has been confirmed, you have to think about who you want to challenge as your opponent." Lin Donglai seemed to be speaking to Xie Yingying, but his voice was not soft. Everyone present heard him, and it made them understand the rules of the rookie group competition in the first round of the 7 Prefectures Feast. A moment later, Xie Yingying left the arena as well. At this moment, Xie Yingying was not the focus of everyone's attention. Even the token with the word Cho was thrown to the back of everyone's mind. At this moment, more people's gazes fell on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, the prodigy of Chunyang School, lives up to his reputation. He didn't even use his divine weapon, and he didn't even move. He only relied on his divine power and the law of space to defeat Xie Yingying. An ordinary intermediate divine emperor wouldn't be able to do that. Of course. Even though Xie Yingying is only a low-level godly emperor, judging from her attack just now, she is not much weaker than an ordinary medium-level godly emperor. Why are all of you so surprised? Don't forget that Duan Lingtian defeated Mochi Hong from the Mochi clan in Tonglung province. At that time, Mochi Hong had been a high-level divine emperor for 100 years, and Duan Lingtian had only been an intermediate divine emperor for 2 years. A group of people whispered among themselves. When they talked about the battle between Duan Lingtian and Mochi Hong, their gazes instinctively fell on the Mochi clan. Some of the people who knew Mochi Hong were staring at him. This made Mochi Hong's expression turn ugly. He couldn't wait to go up and fight with Duan Lingtian. He wanted to prove that he was not weaker than Duan Lingtian, and that he was even stronger than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. After Duan Lingtian left the arena, Many Chunyang school disciples smiled and congratulated him. Duan Lingtian nodded at the enthusiastic crowd and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. These fellows finally didn't mention the matter of the Cho word token. Soon, the second battle began. This time, the participants were not from Tonglung province, nor were they from the state capital of Qing. They were the prodigies of the famous prefecture and the consonants prefecture. One of them was from a family, while the other was from a sect. After more than 30 moves, the prodigy of the consonants prefecture won and advanced to the next round. Of course, this was only a temporary advancement. One battle after another. It seems like the 7 prefectures grand banquet is going to go on for a long time. Duan Lingtian could not help but think to himself when he saw that some of the participants were evenly matched and only ended after a long time. In the end, Duan Lingtian felt bored and sat cross-legged in the void to cultivate. He took out a disk array and set up a soundproof array around him. There was no need to worry about safety when cultivating there. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was not the only one cultivating on the spot. Many young prodigies from various prefectures were also sitting cross-legged in the void to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. On this day, there were about 100 people in total, less than 150. Looking at the situation today, I don't think the rookie group will be finished in 10 days. When it was time to leave, Duan Lingtian also stopped cultivating and left with the rest of the Chunyang school. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.